Long before Rome rose to power, another civilization ruled the hills, coastlines, and sacred cities of ancient Italy. They built wealthy kingdoms, mastered metal, spoke a language Rome could never fully erase, and then slowly disappeared beneath the empire that came after them. Tonight, we travel back into the forgotten world of the Etruscans, the lost rulers of Italy before Rome. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. If this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, now, let the fires of ancient Etruria glow again in the dark. Night settles over central Italy long before Rome becomes a name that can command obedience. The hills are dark except for scattered firelight, and the ridgelines seem to float above banks of mist rising from river valleys and marshland. Somewhere beyond the trees, along a road that is not yet Roman because Rome itself is still small and uncertain, a procession moves toward the cities of the dead. Torchlight flickers against stone doorways cut into earth. Painted walls wait in sealed chambers. Bronze vessels catch the glow for a moment and then return it in fragments, as if the grave itself is remembering another world. In this landscape, power does not yet wear the face most people expect. The masters of much of Italy are not senators in togas or legionaries beneath standards. They are the people the Romans will later call the Etruscans, and before the Wolf of Rome learns how to rule the peninsula, it grows in the shadow of their cities. What makes them so haunting is not only that they rise before Rome, but that they remain strangely hard to hold in the mind even now. They are visible everywhere and elusive at the same time. Their tombs survive in astonishing numbers. Their art still shows banquets, musicians, dancers, chariots, priests, ships, and finely dressed nobles reclining with an ease that feels almost modern. Their metalwork once moved across the Mediterranean. Their symbols of authority pass into Roman hands so completely that later generations barely notice the transfer, and yet their own voice reaches the present only in broken fragments. Their language survives, but not enough of it yields easily. Their cities once dominate wide parts of the peninsula, but their political world never hardens into the kind of empire that leaves behind one central story. They stand at the edge of clear history, fully real and deeply influential, and still seem to belong to a half-lit frontier between memory and loss. The Italy they inherit and shape is not one country, not one culture, and certainly not one destiny. It is a broken mosaic of mountains, river plains, forests, volcanic highlands, marshes, and coasts open to every rumour of the sea. Villages cluster on defensible ridges. Traders cross dangerous waters. Farmers work grain fields under uncertain skies. Across the peninsula live many peoples who do not yet think of themselves as part of any single larger whole. To the south, Greek colonies establish glittering footholds that connect Italy to the wider Mediterranean. Inland, Italic-speaking communities expand, compete, marry, raid, and negotiate. To the north and west, the region the Etruscans will dominate offers an unusual concentration of advantages. The land is fertile in places, rich in timber, and above all rich in metals. Iron, copper, lead, and silver lie close enough to matter. Harbours tie inland wealth to maritime exchange. What survives in the record suggests that this combination of resources and position helps create one of the most formidable civilizations in the Western Mediterranean, before Rome has learned how to turn ambition into system. Even the landscapes associated with the Etruscans seem shaped for layered history. Their major centres rise on plateaus of volcanic tuff, with steep sides that make settlement defensible and dramatic. Approaching such a city in antiquity would mean climbing toward walls and gates above ravines, toward a place that seems both practical and ceremonial. These are not loose villages wandering into accidental importance. They become urban societies with planned sacred spaces, elite houses, workshops, roads, storage, markets, and sanctuaries. Yet they do not gather under a single king who rules all Etruria from one grand capital. Instead, they form a network of powerful city-states, linked by religion, custom, aristocratic culture, and mutual interest, but often divided by rivalry. This loose structure becomes one of the most important facts of their history. It gives them flexibility, local strength, and distinctive identities. It also leaves them vulnerable later, when coordinated resistance begins to matter more than regional prestige. To imagine their world clearly, it helps to set aside the habit of looking backward from Roman triumph, as if everything in Italy exists merely to prepare for that outcome. Rome encourages this habit. Roman writers become the chief narrators of earlier Italian history, and Roman storytelling has a way of making everything converge on Rome's rise, as though the peninsula is simply waiting for its proper owner to arrive. But in the centuries when Etruscan civilization flourishes, that future is far from obvious. Rome is not yet inevitable. The balance of power looks very different. Etruscan cities are wealthier, older in urban form, and more deeply connected to the commercial and artistic currents of the wider Mediterranean. Their religious specialists interpret signs from the heavens and the entrails of sacrificed animals with a seriousness that Roman elites will later borrow. Their craftsmen produce bronzes, jewellery, painted pottery, and architectural terracottas of remarkable sophistication. Their merchants and sailors help move goods and ideas across the Tyrrhenian Sea. Their nobles know how to turn display into authority. Their world does not feel like a preface. It feels like a civilization secure enough to define the terms. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. Part of the fascination lies in the contrast between how much they clearly achieved and how incomplete the evidence remains. The Etruscans do not leave behind great surviving literary histories of their own, at least none that reach the present intact. What we know comes from archaeology, from inscriptions, from later Greek and Roman authors, and from the patterns scholars patiently reconstruct out of settlement, burial, trade, and art. That means the civilization often appears in flashes rather than in one steady beam of light. A painted tomb wall shows a feast. A bronze mirror preserves a mythological scene with names inscribed in a language only partly understood. A temple foundation reveals monumental planning. A grave assemblage suggests rank, wealth, and foreign contact. A Roman text describes old Etruscan rituals with respect tinged by distance. Piece by piece, a world emerges, but never perfectly. Scholars still debate crucial parts of the story, and the evidence remains incomplete enough that certainty is often a luxury. Even their name is complicated. Etruscan is the label most familiar now, largely inherited through Roman usage. The Greeks knew them by another name. The people themselves appear to have called their land and community something closer to Rasna or Rasenna, though details remain debated. That slight instability matters because it hints at the distance between the civilization and the lenses through which later ages view it. So much of their identity comes filtered through outsiders: Greek curiosity, Roman rivalry, Roman appropriation, Roman victory. This is one reason they can seem almost ghostly in modern imagination. They are famous and obscured at once. They helped shape one of history's most powerful civilizations, yet they stand just behind it, blurred by the very success of the culture that absorbed so much from them. And Rome does absorb a great deal. Later Roman tradition remembers kings associated with Etruscan influence. Roman religion carries rituals that owe much to Etruscan practice. Roman symbols of power, including the fasces and curule chair, have roots tied to Etruscan elites. The very idea of organized urban grandeur in central Italy develops in a landscape the Etruscans have already transformed. This does not mean Rome is simply an Etruscan creation. The reality is more tangled than that. Roman culture grows from many streams: Latin, Sabine, Etruscan, Greek, and others, all colliding in a region of constant contact. But no honest account of early Rome can pretend the Etruscans are incidental. They are among the great formative presences in Rome's childhood. And one of history's quieter ironies is that the civilization remembered as conqueror first learns many of the tools of rule from neighbours it will later overshadow. For a long time, the Etruscans are treated in popular imagination as a kind of puzzle civilization, defined less by what they are than by where they supposedly come from. Ancient writers argue over their origins. Some imagine migrations from the eastern Mediterranean. Others insist they arise from Italy itself. Modern archaeology, linguistics, and genetics have refined the conversation, though not every question is closed. No single explanation fully accounts for the cultural complexity of their emergence, but the broad picture no longer requires dramatic tales of a mysterious people suddenly appearing from nowhere. What develops in Etruria seems rooted in local Bronze Age and Iron Age communities that participate in wider Mediterranean exchange, adapt external influences, and gradually form a distinctive civilization. That is in some ways less romantic than old migration legends, but more interesting. It means the Etruscans are not an interruption in Italy's story. They are one of the peninsula's own great historical creations. Their rise belongs to a wider moment of change across the Mediterranean and beyond. The end of the Bronze Age reshapes trade, power, and settlement patterns over centuries. Old systems break, new ones form unevenly. In Italy, communities that once lived in more dispersed ways begin gathering into larger, more defensible, more socially stratified settlements. Elites display imported goods. Metalworking intensifies. Ritual becomes more formalized. Burial customs reveal emerging hierarchies. This early phase, often associated with what archaeologists call the Villanovan culture, does not yet display the full splendor later associated with classical Etruscan civilization, but it lays essential groundwork. Cremation burials in baconical urns, patterns of settlement concentration, and evidence of growing social differentiation all suggest a society in transformation. The famous Etruscan cities do not spring fully formed from the earth. They emerge from centuries of adaptation, accumulation, and increasingly complex local power. That process matters because it replaces an older fantasy of vanished mystery with a more human story, one that's actually better suited to the landscape. Civilizations do not usually arrive like strangers stepping off a ship and immediately ruling a country. More often they thicken gradually out of older layers, village by village, generation by generation, ritual by ritual, mine by mine, harbour by harbour. A people becomes visible not at the instant it appears, but at the point when its institutions, art, trade, and beliefs grow coherent enough to leave a pattern in the record. The Etruscans emerge in just this way. They are local and cosmopolitan, rooted and outward-looking, inventive and adaptive. They inherit older worlds and then make something powerful enough that Greeks notice them. Romans fear them, and archaeologists much later begin exhuming a civilization that had never entirely disappeared, only sunk beneath later names. One of the quieter surprises of Etruscan life is how often their surviving images seem energetic rather than grim. For many ancient societies, the dead reach us in a mood of solemn distance. Etruscan tomb painting can feel startlingly alive. Banqueters recline on couches. Men and women appear together more openly than Greek observers expect. Musicians play, athletes move, hunters track game. Faces turn in profile with sharp, alert attention. There is style in all this, and symbolism too. But there is also an unmistakable delight in texture, display, and motion. It suggests a society confident enough to celebrate itself vividly, even in spaces meant for the dead. That confidence should not be mistaken for softness. These are also people of fortified cities, armed elites, hard extraction economies, and serious competition. Wealth rests on labor, hierarchy, and control as much as elegance. Still, the emotional tone that survives in their art complicates any lazy image of ancient power as joyless severity. As the centuries pass, the Etruscans spread influence across broad parts of the peninsula. Their political reach varies over time and remains difficult to measure with precision, but at their height they exert power well beyond their core homeland. They affect northern Italy, they press into Campania in the south, they interact, trade, compete, and sometimes fight with Greeks, Phoenicians, Carthaginians, Latins, and various Italic peoples. This larger network is crucial. Etruria is not a sealed world. It is part of a Mediterranean system where goods, artistic styles, religious motifs, technologies, and ambitions move constantly. Ivory, amber, fine pottery, metal ingots, wine, oil, slaves, and ideas all circulate through this world. What survives in the ground makes clear that Etruscan elites are not provincial chiefs playing at grandeur. They are participants in one of the most connected zones of the ancient world. And yet, for all their power, the feeling that surrounds them now is one of aftermath. Their cities survive, but altered. Their language fades from common use. Their independence is lost, gradually and unevenly. Their deities are translated into Roman terms or forgotten. Their aristocracies are absorbed, defeated, or remade. The great visible winner in central Italy becomes Rome, which records enough of the earlier world to remind us it existed, while also ensuring that later memory bends toward Roman achievement. The result is one of history's most effective erasures, not because the Etruscans vanish without trace, but because so many of their traces are relabeled. Their inventions become Roman, their rituals become Roman, their political lessons become Roman, their roads, walls, drainage works, and sacred practices survive inside another civilization's story. This is why the Etruscans deserve to be approached not as a footnote to Rome, but as a lost centre of gravity in their own right, before the marble myth of the Roman world hardens in later imagination, before emperors and legions and imperial roads create the impression of inevitability. Italy belongs to a far more fluid and uncertain age. In that age, the Etruscans stand among the decisive powers. They mine the hills. They raise cities on stone plateaus. They bury their dead with painted memory and costly goods. They read divine order in storms and sacrificial signs. They trade across the sea. They influence the city that will one day conquer them. And in the long view of history, they offer something even more unsettling than a simple lost kingdom. They show how a civilization can dominate a landscape, shape its future, and still be remembered only dimly, hidden beneath the fame of its successor like foundations under a later palace. So the story begins not with Rome triumphant, but with an older Italy under different masters. The hills of Etruria are still dark, the tombs are still sealed, the names of cities such as Tarquinia, Cerveteri, Veii, Vulci, and Clusium have not yet become archaeological echoes but living centres of ceremony, wealth, and command. Somewhere in the distance a settlement beside the Tiber is beginning its own uncertain ascent. Learning from neighbours it may one day overcome. But that end is not visible yet, for now the older civilization stands in full presence, wealthy, refined, disciplined, and mysterious enough that even 2,000 years of digging have not entirely brought it into the light. To understand how Rome rose, it is necessary first to walk into this earlier world and let the silence of its graves, the splendour of its cities, and the fragments of its language speak as clearly as they still can. The strength of this civilization begins, as it so often does, with land that seems to offer more than one kind of promise at once. Etruria lies between sea and upland, between navigable routes and defensible heights, between fertile pockets of cultivation and mineral-rich districts that turn geology into power. To stand in central Italy and look carefully is to understand that no civilization rises here by accident. The western coast opens onto the Tyrrhenian Sea, a restless corridor linking Italy with Corsica, Sardinia, Sicily, North Africa, and the broader Mediterranean beyond. Inland, ridges and volcanic plateaus create natural strongholds. Rivers cut through valleys that can feed settlements, while the earth itself holds iron, copper, lead, silver, clay, and stone. In a world where transport is costly, where distance can break fragile systems, and where access to raw material shapes political possibility, Etruria possesses an unusual concentration of advantages. The Etruscans do not merely live on useful land, they learn how to turn landscape into influence. Their heartland stretches across much of what is now Tuscany, northern Lazio, and parts of Umbria, though the reach of Etruscan culture and power extends beyond that core at different times. This central zone is neither smooth nor uniform. It is broken, dramatic country. Hills rise sharply from valleys, ravines carve deep channels through volcanic terrain. Some plateaus look almost designed for cities, flat-topped and defensible, with sheer sides that make approach difficult and authority visually unmistakable. From such heights, a ruling class can watch roads, fields, and neighbouring territories while also projecting permanence. Even today, many of the sites associated with Etruscan power possess a severe natural grandeur. In antiquity, that effect would have been stronger still, before modern roads softened the distances and before centuries of rebuilding altered the outlines. A traveller moving through these regions would encounter not open imperial order, but a series of commanding urban centres, each tied to its own hinterland, each shaped by local topography, each aware that wealth depends on controlling both what the land yields and how movement passes through it. Among the most important features of this environment are the volcanic soils that make parts of Etruria agriculturally productive. Grain can be grown, vineyards established, olives cultivated, livestock raised. Not every district is equally generous, and agriculture in the ancient Mediterranean always lives under the pressure of climate, labour demands, and unpredictable seasons. Yet the land provides enough surplus to sustain urban populations, religious institutions, artisan production, and elite display. Such surplus is never a small matter. Cities require stored food as surely as they require walls. Priests, metalworkers, potters, traders, and nobles do not flourish without farmers whose work anchors the system below them. In Etruria, the countryside is therefore not a background but an active foundation of civilization. Field systems, rural estates, roads, and smaller settlements all support the larger centres that dominate the historical imagination. But agriculture alone does not explain the scale of Etruscan wealth. The ground beneath the soil matters just as much. Southern Tuscany and nearby districts contain some of the most valuable mineral zones in prehistoric and early historic Italy. The Collin Metallifer, the metal-bearing hills, are not merely a geological curiosity. They are a source of strategic strength. Iron from Elba and the mainland, copper deposits, lead, and silver help support industries that feed both local prestige and long-distance exchange. Archaeological evidence and later historical indications suggest that the exploitation of these resources becomes a major engine of Etruscan prosperity. Metal is not abstract wealth. It becomes weapons, armour, tools, fittings, cauldrons, mirrors, tripods, vessels, ornaments, and trade goods. It can fortify the hand of aristocrats, equip warriors, reward dependents, and attract foreign merchants. In an age when control over metalworking can transform local status into regional power, Etruria sits close to one of the most important material foundations of influence. This helps explain why so many Etruscan centres emerge where they do. Cities such as Populonia, unique in its direct association with coastal metallurgy and the processing of iron from Elba, reveal how tightly geography and economy intertwine. Populonia does not simply overlook the sea. It commands an intersection of maritime access and mineral wealth, slag heaps, workshops, and associated remains speak of industrial activity on a scale that surprises many modern observers who still imagine the ancient economy as small and diffuse. Other cities inland may not dominate the same industrial niches, but each derives strength from its position within a broader network of extraction, production, and redistribution. Tarquinia commands routes toward the coast and inland. Cerveteri benefits from proximity to harbours and trade. Veii sits close to the Tiber corridor and to lands that link Etruria with Latium. Geography does not determine destiny with mechanical certainty, but it creates a field of opportunities and pressures that skilled societies can exploit better than their neighbours. The coastline itself deserves careful attention. The Tyrrhenian shore is not a simple open beach inviting easy control. It is a sequence of coves, marshes, river mouths, lagoons, and harbours, some naturally favourable, others difficult but improvable. Access to the sea means access to exchange, and exchange means far more than luxury imports. Through maritime routes flow technologies, artistic models, myths, ritual objects, pottery styles, alphabets, and political knowledge. Greek colonies in southern Italy and Sicily are one part of this world. Phoenician and Carthaginian maritime networks are another. Island communities across the western Mediterranean form additional nodes in a wide and shifting system. The Etruscans are deeply involved in this sphere. Their sailors and merchants become known to Greek writers. Their goods reach foreign markets. Imported objects arrive in elite burials, not as random curiosities, but as signs of participation in a connected world. To rule central Italy effectively in these centuries is not merely to dominate fields and villages, it is to face the sea and understand what it brings. That outward-facing quality makes Etruria feel less isolated than later myths sometimes suggest. This is not a hidden inland people cut off from wider civilization until discovered by Rome. It is a vibrant contact zone. Greek pottery arrives, but Etruscan artisans also adapt foreign forms to local tastes. Eastern Mediterranean motifs appear in decorative art, though transformed in the process. Luxury goods and symbolic items travel through elite networks, helping local rulers communicate distinction and authority. What survives in the archaeological record suggests that the Etruscan elite is highly alert to the political use of imported culture. Foreignness itself can become prestige. A finely worked bowl, an ivory object, an ornate vessel, or a new artistic motif is not merely decorative. It shows access, reach, and the ability to gather the distant into one's own orbit. Geography allows this because Etruria sits close enough to the sea to receive, reinterpret, and redistribute. At the same time, the interior remains crucial. Roads in the modern sense are scarce, but pathways, trackways, river crossings, and ridge routes shape movement across the peninsula. Controlling a city means controlling a landscape of approach the routes cattle take, the channels traders use, the passes warriors must cross. Many Etruscan sites are placed where they can dominate precisely these points of movement. Veii, for example, occupies a position of major strategic importance north of the Tiber, close enough to influence communications between Etruria and Latium. It is not simply rich, it is well placed to become dangerous. Other centres similarly draw power from commanding their own hinterlands, taxing movement, protecting exchange, and projecting military force when needed. A map of Etruscan Italy is therefore not just a cluster of dots. It is a system of nodes placed in deliberate relationship to land, water, resources and rivals. The rivers matter more than they might first appear. None of them is the Nile or the Euphrates, shaping a civilization through overwhelming hydraulic unity. Yet they are still lifelines. They mark boundaries, water fields, and create corridors of movement through otherwise difficult terrain. The Tiber in particular becomes historically decisive, not only because of Rome's later greatness, but because it lies at the edge of Etruscan influence and links inland territories to coastal exchange. Communities along and near the river cannot ignore each other. Trade, competition, migration, and military pressure all intensify in such borderlands. The Etruscans understand this well. Their southern expansion and political interests in areas near the Tiber show that they grasp the importance of controlling contact zones rather than merely defending a remote homeland. Geography here is strategic in the deepest sense. It compels interaction. There is also a subtler consequence to this environment. It encourages regional variety within a shared civilization. Because Etruria is a patchwork of local terrains, no two major centres are exactly the same in economic emphasis or political rhythm. One city may lean more heavily on trade, another on agriculture, another on metallurgy, another on its command of routes between upland and coast. This helps explain why Etruscan civilization can feel unified in style and religion, yet politically fragmented in practice. Shared culture does not erase local logic. Each city is shaped by the practical demands of its position. Each aristocracy rises within a distinct environmental theatre. This localism contributes to creativity and resilience, but it also helps preserve the independence that later makes collective action harder. The same geography that nourishes many strong centres may also prevent the emergence of one unquestioned master. Climate, too, plays its role, though often invisibly. Central Italy's weather is Mediterranean but variable, with wet winters, dry summers, and periodic stresses that ancient communities can never fully control. Good years permit surplus, construction, and display. Bad years expose weakness, soil exhaustion, erosion, deforestation, and pressure on agricultural systems are long-term dangers in any expanding society. Scholars debate how far environmental strain contributes to later Etruscan difficulties, and the evidence remains incomplete. But no ancient civilization can separate political history from ecological limits. Timber is cut for fuel, building, mining, and ships. Hillsides are worked. Marshes challenge settlement and health. Rivers shift. Coasts silt. Prosperity is therefore always partly a wager against the landscape's own unpredictability. The Etruscans are skilled managers of territory, but they are never entirely masters of it. One of the lesser-known details of Etruscan geography is how strongly the dead are also placed within it. Their great necropolises are not hidden randomly in remote corners. They are often laid out in deliberate relation to cities, roads, and visible terrain. Tombs line approaches. Cemeteries occupy neighbouring ridges. The world of the dead becomes part of the visual and ceremonial environment of the living. This reflects belief, status, and memory, but it also reveals confidence in place. A ruling class that cuts monumental tombs into rock near major centres is declaring not only family prestige but territorial permanence. The landscape becomes inhabited twice over, by cities above and chambers below. The traveller entering Etruscan territory does not merely pass fields and walls. He passes ancestors materially installed in the earth, as if power itself has roots. It is from this meeting of sea and stone, soil and ore, plateau and harbour, that Etruscan civilization gathers momentum. Their wealth is not the simple product of one great invention or one lucky generation. It is cumulative. Metal supports trade. Trade enriches elites. Elites sponsor monuments, sanctuaries, feasts, workshops, and armed followings. Cities become stronger. Religious authority deepens. Rural production expands to sustain the whole structure. Foreign contact adds prestige and new techniques. Geography keeps feeding the cycle. What survives in the record suggests that by understanding their land intimately, the Etruscans create a civilization that is both materially grounded and outward-looking, a combination not every ancient people manages to sustain. And this is why the setting must come before the mystery of origins, before the great tombs, before the conflict with Rome. The forgotten civilization that ruled Italy before Rome is not forgotten because it lacked substance. It is forgotten partly because later history cast a longer shadow. Underneath that shadow lies a homeland unusually suited to power, if power can be organized boldly enough to use it. The Etruscans do exactly that. They build where the rock is strong, farm where the soil is rich, mine where the hills glitter with hidden worth, and trade where the sea opens outward into the wider world. Long before Rome masters Italy through roads and legions, Etruria is already teaching a different lesson, that command begins with reading a landscape correctly, and with knowing how to turn earth itself into memory, wealth, and rule. Once the land is understood, the old question returns almost on its own. Who are these people, exactly, who rise in central Italy with such confidence and such style, speaking a language unlike that of most of their neighbours, building rich cities, mastering metal, filling tombs with painted scenes of banquets and games, and then passing so much of themselves into Rome without leaving behind a simple explanation of where they began? The mystery is ancient, even in antiquity. The Etruscans appear to other peoples as slightly unsettling in their difference, familiar enough to trade with and imitate, yet distinctive enough to invite stories. Greek and Roman writers do what ancient writers often do when faced with a people whose origins feel obscure. They construct narratives, part memory, part speculation, part political convenience. Some claim the Etruscans came from overseas, perhaps from Lydia in western Anatolia, driven by famine or displacement, carrying foreign customs into Italy. Others insist they are native to the peninsula, shaped locally over time. Still others try to reconcile both ideas in various ways. The argument begins early and never fully disappears, because origin stories are rarely just about evidence. They're about identity, prestige, and the desire to explain cultural difference in the simplest possible terms. The most famous ancient account of foreign origin comes from Herodotus, who tells a story of migration from Lydia after a famine, with one part of the population remaining behind and another sailing west to settle in Italy. It is a memorable tale, and like many memorable tales, it has survived far longer than its certainty deserves. Ancient readers often like narratives that move peoples dramatically across maps. Migration stories feel satisfying. They explain strangeness with a single event. They turn language, custom, and power into the aftershock of one great departure. Yet the ancient world is full of such stories, many of them impossible to verify, and some plainly shaped by rumour or literary pattern. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, writing later, rejects the Lydian theory and argues instead that the Etruscans are indigenous to Italy. Unlike any other people in language and way of life, even in antiquity, then there is no consensus. The Etruscans are already a people discussed through competing explanations rather than known through one secure memory. Modern scholarship approaches the problem differently, though not without its own cautions. Archaeology, linguistics, and, more recently, genetic studies have all added pieces to the puzzle. The broad trend of evidence no longer supports the old image of a fully formed foreign civilization suddenly landing in Italy and imposing itself on the peninsula. What survives in the record suggests a long development rooted in local Bronze Age and Iron Age communities, especially those archaeologists identify with the Villanovan culture, which precedes and gradually shades into historically recognizable Etruscan civilization. Settlement continuity matters here. Burial customs evolve. Material culture changes, sometimes sharply, but not in a way that requires the arrival of a wholly new population replacing what came before. There are outside influences, certainly, and in some periods they are intense. Goods, styles, technologies, and ideas move across the Mediterranean constantly. But influence is not the same as origin. A society can become highly cosmopolitan without ceasing to be fundamentally local. This distinction is important because older theories often confuse cultural borrowing with biological replacement. The Etruscans adopt and adapt elements from Greek, Near Eastern, and wider Mediterranean worlds. Their art absorbs foreign motifs. Their alphabet ultimately derives from Greek forms, themselves descending from Phoenician models. Their elite goods include imported items. Their religion shows patterns that ancient observers sometimes treat as exotic. But none of this proves an overseas founding population. Ancient societies are porous. They borrow aggressively. They reinvent what they borrow. In fact, one sign of confidence is precisely this ability to absorb outside forms and give them local meaning. The Etruscans appear to do this repeatedly. They are not sealed off in some primordial purity, waiting to be explained by an extraordinary migration. They are part of a connected world, and connection often produces cultural originality rather than dilution. The language, however, remains the hardest and most persistent reason people keep feeling that the Etruscans must have come from somewhere else. Etruscan is not an Indo-European language like Latin, Oscan, Umbrian, or Greek. That makes it stand out in the linguistic landscape of ancient Italy. Thousands of inscriptions survive, but most are short and formulaic, often funerary or dedicatory. Scholars can read the script and identify many names, titles, and recurring expressions. Yet much of the language remains only partly understood. This gap creates a powerful effect on the imagination. A language that can be sounded out but not fully grasped feels like a locked door with a visible keyhole. It invites speculation. If the Etruscans speak differently, the old reasoning goes, perhaps they must have come from far away. But language histories are rarely so neat. Languages can persist through deep local continuity. They can outlast neighbouring families. They can also reflect much older layers of population movement that have little to do with historically recent migration legends. The strangeness of Etruscan to later Roman ears does not automatically make it foreign to Italy. Indeed, one of the more grounded modern possibilities is that the Etruscan language represents a survival of an older linguistic layer in the region, preserved and developed locally while Indo-European languages spread around it. This does not solve every problem, and scholars still debate wider linguistic relationships, including possible connections with the Rhaetic language of the Alpine region and the Lemnian inscriptions found in the Aegean. These similarities are intriguing, but the evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for the whole pattern. It may reflect ancient mobility, very old shared ancestry, maritime contact, or a combination of factors that no longer leave a simple trail. What matters most is that uncertainty at the edges should not be confused with total mystery at the centre. The centre of the picture is clearer than it once was. Etruscan civilization grows in Italy through a long, local process, even if some deeper linguistic history remains difficult to reconstruct. Genetic research has added another layer, and like all powerful tools, it has sometimes been overused in public discussion. Ancient DNA studies are useful, but they do not read identities as neatly as headlines often suggest. Populations move, mix, and persist in complicated ways. A genetic profile cannot by itself explain language, religion, or political form. Even so, recent studies broadly support continuity between the Iron Age populations of Etruria and earlier populations in the same region. With no evidence for a sudden mass migration from Anatolia in the period once imagined by older theories, in other words, the biological story looks much more local than Herodotus proposed. This does not mean the Etruscans are isolated or static. They participate in Mediterranean networks and likely absorb newcomers over time, as all thriving societies do. But the dramatic Eastern origin legend no longer carries much weight in mainstream scholarship. It survives mostly because it is vivid, not because it best fits the evidence. There is something revealing in the persistence of that legend. Ancient peoples often find it easier to explain cultural difference by imagining a migration than by accepting that neighbours can develop in distinct ways over long periods. The Etruscans are wealthier than many nearby communities, more urbanised earlier than Rome, linguistically unusual, and visibly shaped by Mediterranean contact. From the outside, that combination can look foreign even when it is local. Later, Roman and Greek observers, each with their own assumptions, see difference and search for a distant homeland. In doing so, they tell us as much about themselves as about the Etruscans. They are revealing an old habit of thought civilization must have come from somewhere impressive, somewhere already known, somewhere safely placed on a map of inherited prestige. But central Italy itself is capable of producing complexity. Its communities do not need to be explained away as imports. The archaeology of the early phases makes this especially clear. In the Villanovan period, beginning in the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age, one sees patterns that later mature into recognizable Etruscan traits. Settlements become more concentrated. Burials show standard forms, especially cremation in distinctive urns. Social hierarchy sharpens. Metalworking expands. Exchange networks widen. Over time, especially during the Orientalizing period, foreign luxuries and artistic influences increase dramatically, and local elites begin displaying power in more extravagant ways. Large tombs appear. Imported goods and locally made imitations fill elite graves. The shift is striking, but it is developmental rather than abrupt. It resembles intensification, not replacement. A society already taking shape becomes wealthier, more connected, and more self-conscious in its ruling culture. The people buried in these landscapes are not strangers to the land. Their ancestors have been there long enough to turn local custom into civilization. This developmental view also helps explain why the Etruscans are so distinctively Italian and yet never easily absorbed into a simple national story. They belong to the peninsula deeply, but not in the later Roman or modern sense. They are one of several major cultural formations emerging from ancient Italy's mosaic. Their rise is neither an isolated miracle nor a foreign implantation. It is a regional success, produced by local conditions and wider contacts interacting over centuries. This is less neat than the old theories, but it matches the way history usually works. Peoples are seldom pure inventions of one moment. They're made from overlapping continuities: ancestry, language, ritual, landscape, economy, memory. By the time outsiders notice them clearly, much of the process has already taken place. One lesser-known clue to this layered emergence lies in the names and identities of early communities themselves. The historical Etruscan world is never fully centralized, and city identities remain strong. This suggests that collective identity forms gradually above older local foundations rather than replacing them all at once. A people who arrive in one dramatic migration might be expected to preserve a clearer memory of shared displacement or a more unified founding tradition. The Etruscans do not leave behind anything of that kind. Instead, they appear as a federation of related urban powers with shared religious institutions and cultural habits, but also with intense local pride. This feels less like the aftermath of one great journey, and more like the consolidation of a regional civilization from many neighboring roots. Even their religion, so often treated as an exotic marker, makes better sense in this local developmental framework. Roman writers later emphasized the peculiar precision of Etruscan divination, their elaborate reading of omens, lightning, and sacrificial organs, their concern with sacred boundaries and heavenly order. Some of this may indeed reflect highly specialized traditions, but specialized does not mean imported. A long-settled society with priestly elites, urban sanctuaries, and a strong aristocratic culture has every reason to develop a rigorous sacred science of its own. The reputation of Etruscan religious expertise becomes so strong that Romans continue to consult Etruscan specialists long after Etruscan political independence has faded. Such authority is difficult to invent overnight. It usually grows through generations of local prestige and institutional continuity. Scholars still debate details, and it is worth keeping the uncertainty honest. The exact relationship between Villanovan communities and later Etruscan identity is not reducible to one sentence. The linguistic puzzle remains real. Connections beyond Italy are not fantasy. Mediterranean exchange is constant, and some population movement is inevitable. The Lemnian inscriptions and Alpine parallels are still discussed for good reason. No single explanation fully accounts for every fragment. But the older contrast between native and foreign has become too blunt to be useful. The Etruscans are best understood as a people of Italy, whose civilization forms locally while participating in broader networks that enrich and complicate it. They are neither an inexplicable apparition nor a sealed indigenous isolate untouched by outsiders. They are something far more historically plausible and more interesting. A regional culture that grows powerful enough to transform itself into one of the ancient Mediterranean's great societies. This matters because the answer to their origin shapes the tone of everything that follows. If the Etruscans are imagined as mysterious invaders from the east, they become a kind of romantic exception, impressive but detached from the land they rule. If they are seen instead as a long-made people of central Italy, then their later struggle with Rome becomes more intimate and more tragic. It is no longer the story of foreigners displaced by the rightful masters of the peninsula. It is the story of one Italian civilization absorbing another, of a rising power learning from an older neighbour and then taking its place. Under that view, the Etruscans do not stand outside Italy's history. They are one of its deepest foundations, even if later memory lets Rome claim the architecture above ground. And so the question of origin, while never fully silenced, begins to settle into a calmer light. The people without a clear ancient explanation turn out not to be beyond explanation after all. They come into view slowly, through cemeteries and settlements, through continuity of land use, through changing burial customs, through workshops, shrines, imported goods, and the stubborn persistence of a non-Indo-European language embedded in Italian soil. Their beginnings are not theatrical. They are cumulative. They rise from the same hills where they later build their cities, from the same routes they later command, from the same ground into which they cut their tombs. The old stories of distant departure still linger, as old stories do, but beneath them lies a more convincing truth. The civilization that ruled Italy before Rome was not a visitor. It was homegrown, layered, and ancient enough that even when Rome conquered its cities, it could never entirely uproot what the land itself had already made. By the time the Etruscans become clearly visible in the historical record, they are no longer a scattering of ambitious settlements testing their fortune against the land. They are a civilization of cities, and city life changes everything. A city is not merely a larger village. It is a concentration of labour, ritual, wealth, planning, memory, hierarchy, and spectacle. It requires walls and gates, roads and storage, wells and drains, temples and meeting spaces, specialized craftsmen, organized elites, and a countryside capable of sustaining all of it. In Etruria, these urban centers rise on commanding plateaus and defensible heights, often in positions that seem chosen as much for authority as for safety. To approach one would be to feel, long before entering. That power has been given a fixed address. The ravines below and the walls above create an immediate political impression. Here the landscape is no longer simply inhabited, it is arranged. Yet the Etruscan world never becomes a single centralized kingdom. This is one of its great strengths, and later one of its deep vulnerabilities. Instead of one capital ruling all, there is a constellation of major city-states, each with its own ruling class, sacred institutions, local ambitions, and surrounding territory. Tarquinia, Cerveteri, Veii, Vulci, Clusium, Volterra, Populonia, Perugia, and others rise as powerful centres, linked by culture and religion but not regularly governed by one permanent supreme authority. Ancient tradition sometimes refers to a League of 12 cities, and while the exact historical workings of such a league remain debated, The idea reflects something real. The Etruscans think of themselves as part of a wider civilization with shared rights and obligations. Even as each city guards its own prominence, unity exists, but it is ceremonial and cultural more than administrative. That arrangement allows remarkable local vitality. It also means that no single city can always compel the others when danger grows. The physical structure of these cities tells its own story. They are often large by the standards of early Italy, with extensive occupied areas, fortified sectors, sanctuaries, workshops, and districts that change over time. Excavation reveals streets, drainage systems, storage installations, domestic buildings, and monumental spaces that speak of long-term urban investment. Some cities expand through the merging of once separate villages into larger plateau settlements, a process seen elsewhere in early Mediterranean urbanization, but especially dramatic in parts of Etruria. Over generations, what might once have been clusters of communities cohere into something politically and ritually unified. Walls eventually formalize the distinction between inside and outside, citizen and stranger, protected land and open territory. Sacred boundaries matter intensely in this world. To found, measure, divide, and guard a city is not just a practical act. It is a religious one, woven into how power is justified. The ruling order inside these cities appears aristocratic, though the exact balance between kingship, magistracy, and oligarchic competition varies by place and period. Later Roman accounts preserve memories of Etruscan kings, and some Etruscan cities may indeed at times have been led by figures whose authority approach monarchy. But the evidence suggests a more flexible picture than one stable political form repeated everywhere. Elite families dominate public life. Their status is displayed through tombs, feasting equipment, imported luxuries, horses, weapons, rich clothing, and patronage of sanctuaries. They likely command dependents, labourers, clients, and armed followers, creating webs of obligation that bind the social order together. Politics in such a setting is personal, ceremonial, and competitive. Noble houses seek prestige through public generosity, military success, religious influence, and visible command of wealth. The city is therefore not only a machine of governance, it is a theatre of rank. What makes Etruscan aristocratic culture especially vivid is the degree to which it survives in material form. In tomb paintings and grave goods one sees not merely abstract status, but the habits of a class that understands display as a language. Banqueting couches, bronze vessels, jewellery, chariots, musical instruments, and imported pottery all help construct a social image of refinement and command. Some Greek observers are struck, and not always approvingly, by aspects of Etruscan elite life, particularly the apparent visibility of women in banqueting scenes and public display. Greek criticism must be treated cautiously, since it often reveals more about Greek expectations than foreign reality. But it does suggest that Etruscan aristocratic society could present itself in ways that outsiders found distinctive. The image that emerges is of a ruling class both disciplined and expressive, proud of ceremony and deeply invested in the symbolic weight of everyday luxury. Religion binds these cities together perhaps more effectively than politics does. The Etruscans are renowned in antiquity for the seriousness of their divinatory practice. Roman writers, even when writing from the vantage point of conquest and cultural superiority, often treat Etruscan religious expertise with notable respect. Priests trained in the interpretation of lightning, bird signs, prodigies, and especially the organs of sacrificial animals occupy a role of real authority. The sacred order of the cosmos is not a vague belief but a structured field of knowledge. Correct ritual matters, proper boundaries matter, the timing of action matters. Human communities, in this view, prosper not simply through force or wealth, but through alignment with divine pattern. This gives religion a practical role in political life. Decisions of war, foundation, alliance, and public order are not separated cleanly from ritual consultation. The shared religious life of the cities likely finds expression in federal gatherings and common sanctuaries, though here, as in much of Etruscan history, the evidence is fragmentary and scholars still debate the precise mechanisms. The sanctuary at Fanum Voltumnae, long mentioned in Roman sources as a meeting place of the Etruscan League, has become a focus of modern investigation because it points to something larger than local worship. If such a place served as a regular gathering centre, it suggests that the Etruscans recognized a broader collective identity strong enough to require ritual reaffirmation. But even this kind of unity has limits. A sacred league is not the same as a centralized state with taxation, standing armies, and unquestioned command. The Etruscan world can gather symbolically without truly merging politically. In times of stability, that may be enough. In times of sustained external threat, it becomes a problem. Beneath the elites lies a broader society that is harder to reconstruct but no less important. Farmers work the surrounding countryside, producing the grain, wine, oil, and livestock that sustain city life. Labourers quarry stone, cut timber, dig ore, build walls, process metals, fire ceramics, and maintain roads and drains. Artisans in bronze, clay, textile, and precious materials populate workshops that feed both daily necessity and elite consumption. Traders and sailors connect inland wealth to coastal exchange. Enslaved people almost certainly form part of the labour system, though the details remain difficult to measure. Like many ancient civilizations, Etruria rests on a sharply unequal foundation. The grace of elite Tumart should not hide the harder textures beneath it. A city of ritual and power is also a city of extraction. Splendor requires labor organized at scale. Even so, the Etruscan city is more than an engine for elite enrichment. It is a place where identity itself becomes urban. To belong to Veii or Tarquinia or Cerveteri is to belong not just to a territory, but to a civic and sacred community with its own institutions, traditions, and dead. The great necropolises outside some of these cities mirror the settlement patterns of the living so closely that they almost resemble parallel towns, with tombs arranged like houses along streets. This is not accidental. The dead remain members of the community in a transformed state. Families invest heavily in permanent burial spaces because memory reinforces status, and status strengthens political continuity. A noble lineage that can point to generations of monumental tombs is not merely honouring ancestors. It is proving that it belongs to the city's deep structure. This relationship between city and tomb also sharpens the sense that Etruscan urbanism is inseparable from ritualized space. Sanctuaries occupy commanding points. Temples are decorated with vividly modelled terracottas. Processional routes likely shape collective movement through the city and beyond it. Gates mark transition. Boundaries are consecrated. Even drainage and land division can carry symbolic weight in a culture where order itself is read as sacred. One reason Rome later absorbed so much from the Etruscans is that the Etruscans already understand how to make authority visible in built form. They know that power must be walked through, looked up at, approached with the body, repeated in seasonal rites, and reinforced through architecture that teaches obedience without needing to explain itself. Competition among the cities ensures that this urban culture never becomes static. Wealthy centers imitate and rival one another. Artistic styles circulate. Local schools of production emerge. Aristocrats seek distinction through increasingly elaborate display. Foreign contacts bring new goods and fashions, which are then adapted to local settings. Military pressure also shapes city development. Fortifications are strengthened. Strategic sites are occupied. Alliances shift. No city exists in peaceful isolation for long. The map of Etruria is a map of neighbouring ambitions held in uneasy balance. This constant rivalry may stimulate growth, but it also encourages localism. Each centre has reason to cherish its independence, its ancestral cults, its own ruling houses, its own calculation of interest. What unites the civilization culturally does not erase the habit of political competition. Here a subtle contradiction begins to matter. The Etruscans are urban early, wealthy early, and influential early, but their political form remains dispersed. In another historical path, one of the great cities might have subordinated the others permanently and created a more durable territorial state. There are moments when certain centres become preeminent, and some regions fall under stronger hegemonic influence than others. Yet nothing like a fully unified Etruscan kingdom stabilizes across the civilization as a whole. The reasons are multiple. Geography encourages local strongholds. Aristocratic traditions reward autonomy. Shared identity may be real but not strong enough to override local loyalties. External threats often arrive unevenly, affecting one frontier more than another. No single explanation fully accounts for the pattern, but the result is clear enough. The Etruscans create a brilliant urban network without creating a lasting central power, capable of directing that network decisively. This matters because city-states can be extraordinarily dynamic and yet strategically brittle. They excel at local adaptation, elite innovation, and cultural richness. They can build sanctuaries, sponsor art, dominate nearby territories, and flourish for generations. But when confronted by rivals that learn coordination more effectively, their independence becomes a weakness. Rome will eventually understand this. It will face Etruscan cities not always as one civilization, but as separate targets, to be managed through siege, treaty, intimidation, alliance, or absorption. The tragedy is that the very urban vitality that makes Etruria formidable also makes it divisible. A civilization of many bright centres can shine magnificently and still fail to act as one body when history begins to harden against it. For the moment, though, that end is still far away, in their prime. The cities of Etruria are among the great achievements of pre-Roman Italy. They command land, patronize craftsmen, regulate sacred life, bury their dead with monumental care, and impress neighbours who do not yet know how history will turn. Their rulers sit amid bronze and terracotta, consulting omens, rewarding loyalty, competing for prestige, and measuring themselves against rival cities across the hills. Their walls rise above ravines, their sanctuaries gather offerings, their tombs descend beneath the earth like houses for another existence. They are not fragments waiting to be assembled by Rome. They are already complete in their own terms, a world of ritual and power strong enough to shape the civilization that will one day inherit its ground. If the cities of Etruria are the visible skeleton of power, then metal and trade are the blood that keeps them alive. Wealth on this scale does not come only from fertile fields or commanding hilltops. It comes from what can be taken from the earth, shaped by skilled hands, and sent outward into a world eager for useful things and beautiful ones. The Etruscans become masters of this process early enough, and well enough, that their name travels far beyond their homeland. Greek authors know them as sailors, merchants, pirates in some hostile tellings, and competitors on the sea. Archaeology knows them through furnaces, slag, bronze vessels, finely worked ornaments, weapons, horse gear, tools, imported ceramics, shipborne luxuries, and the long chain of evidence that links extraction to workshop, workshop to harbour, harbour to foreign shore. Their civilization does not merely possess wealth, it knows how to produce it. The mineral resources of Etruria are not incidental advantages resting quietly in the background. They are among the decisive facts of the civilization's rise. Iron in particular matters enormously. In the ancient world, iron is not romantic. It is practical, transformative, and relentless. It becomes plowshares and spearheads, knives and nails, tools for quarrying, axes for timber, fittings for transport, and weapons for war. The island of Elba, just offshore, is especially rich in iron ore. And the mainland districts opposite it provide space, labour, and infrastructure for processing. Populonia, perched near these routes, becomes one of the clearest examples of an Etruscan centre whose power is inseparable from metallurgy. The enormous remains of slag left behind from ancient smelting are still among the most material proofs of industrial effort in pre-Roman Italy. They remind the modern eye that beneath the elegance of painted tombs and polished bronzes lies smoke, heat, labour, and the brutal patience of transformation. Copper, lead, silver, and other resources deepen this advantage. Bronze, an alloy requiring copper and tin, remains important for many forms of elite display and practical use, even as iron spreads more widely. Etruscan bronze work becomes especially admired. Mirrors engraved with mythological scenes, ritual vessels, candelabra, helmets, shields, tripods, cauldrons, statuettes, and elaborate fittings reveal technical control and artistic confidence in equal measure. Bronze is one of those materials that ancient elites love because it can be both strong and theatrical. It reflects light, takes fine detail, and carries prestige naturally. A people capable of producing bronze goods at high quality is not merely well supplied, it is culturally expressive. The Etruscans seem to understand this instinctively. Their objects often carry an assurance that suggests a market extending well beyond local need. Mining and metalworking require organization. Ore must be identified, extracted, transported, smelted, and distributed. Fuel must be secured in large quantities, usually through charcoal production, which means timber cutting and land pressure in the surrounding environment. Skilled workers must be maintained. Workshops must be supervised or patronized. The finished products must then move outward, whether to nearby settlements, allied communities, foreign buyers, or elite households within the same city. This is not a casual economy. It demands coordination between countryside, labour force, ruling class, and trade networks. What survives in the archaeological record suggests that Etruscan elites are deeply involved in managing or at least controlling these productive systems. Their wealth is too tied to metallurgy for it to be left wholly outside aristocratic power. Behind the artistry stands administration, even if its exact forms often remain hidden. Trade turns local advantage into Mediterranean significance. The Tyrrhenian Sea is not a barrier but a road, and the Etruscans travel it with confidence. Their ships connect central Italy to Sardinia, Corsica, southern Gaul, the Greek colonies of southern Italy and Sicily, and the wider maritime circuits linking west and east. In return come goods, styles, techniques, and opportunities. Amphorae move wine and oil. Fine ceramics move as prestige items and as imitable models. Ivory, amber, glass, incense, luxury ornaments, and raw materials enter elite exchange networks. In some tombs, imported Greek pottery appears in quantities that show not occasional contact, but sustained commercial connection. Yet the Etruscans are not passive consumers of Mediterranean glamour. They are producers, exporters, and negotiators in their own right. They receive foreign goods, but they also send outward metal, crafted products, and possibly agricultural surpluses. Their ports are points of encounter rather than endpoints of dependence. One of the more intriguing features of this world is how commerce and aristocratic display reinforce each other. Trade brings goods, but goods become politically useful only when turned into visible hierarchy. Imported bowls, perfume containers, decorated vessels, jewellery, and feasting equipment are not simply private luxuries. They help noble households stage authority. A banquet is not only a meal, it is a performance of rank, refinement, reach, and generosity. A chariot burial is not only a disposal of wealth, it is an argument about status carried into death. A richly furnished tomb preserves not just affection for the deceased, but the memory of a house's power. In this sense, commerce feeds social structure. The wider the network, the more impressive the claim of those who can concentrate its products in one place and make them seem natural companions to their own rule. This is why the so-called Orientalizing period, when influences from the Eastern Mediterranean and its luxury traditions become especially pronounced in Etruria, is so important. The name can mislead if taken too literally, since it risks implying passive imitation of some more civilized East. The process is more active than that. Etruscan elites select, absorb, and reinterpret foreign motifs with striking energy. Sphinxes, griffins, floral patterns, exotic animals, and luxury forms appear in local art, but they do so within an Etruscan social context. The resulting culture is neither purely imported nor purely traditional. It is hybrid in the most creative sense. The Etruscans used the prestige of the wider Mediterranean to intensify their own aristocratic language. Foreignness becomes part of local authority. That ability to translate distant styles into domestic power is one mark of a mature civilization. Craftsmanship extends well beyond metal. Etruscan pottery, Bucero especially, shows a distinctive local aesthetic, dark, glossy, elegant, often imitating metallic forms in ceramic. Bucero is one of those products that reveals a society thinking carefully about material value. It takes clay and makes it resemble something more expensive, not as cheap deception, but as artistic transformation. The forms can be refined, angular, and strikingly modern in feel. They circulate widely enough to become a marker of Etruscan identity and exchange. Terracotta production also becomes central to architecture and temple decoration. Roof systems, acroteria, sculpted figures, painted plaques, and other ceramic components allow monumental buildings to speak in colour and form. The Etruscans are often described as masters of terracotta for good reason. They exploit the material with unusual imagination, compensating for the relative scarcity of good building stone in some areas and creating a vibrant architectural language that Rome later inherits in altered form. The sea trade that enriches Etruria also exposes it to danger. Maritime routes are opportunities only so long as they can be defended, negotiated, or competed for successfully. The Western Mediterranean in these centuries is crowded with ambitious powers. Greeks found colonies and protect commercial interests. Phoenician and then Carthaginian networks seek profit and strategic footholds. Local communities from islands and coasts participate in raiding as well as trade. Ancient accusations of piracy, often levelled by one maritime competitor against another, should be handled carefully. In many periods, the line between trader, private raider, state-backed violence, and opportunistic seaborne predation is thin. The Etruscans likely engage in this rough world much as others do, combining exchange with coercion where useful. Greek literary hostility may exaggerate their menace, but it also confirms their presence. No one is called dangerous at sea unless they truly matter there. Their commercial reach is visible not only in luxury goods but in the spread of artistic and technical influence. Etruscan products and motifs appear far from their homeland. Their workshops evidently serve a market larger than their own cities alone. At the same time, craftsmen may move between regions, carrying skills across cultural lines. This circulation of makers as well as objects is one of the less visible but more important dimensions of ancient trade. A style spreading across the Mediterranean is often not just a matter of export. It can also reflect travelling artisans, intermarriage among elite circles, copied techniques, apprenticeships, and the constant appetite of aristocracies for whatever their rivals do not yet possess. In such a world, Etruria is not provincial, it is competitive. There's also a political lesson buried in all this prosperity. Wealth from trade and metallurgy does not automatically create stable power. In fact, it can intensify rivalry. City-states with profitable harbours, productive workshops, and access to mineral zones have even more reason to compete with one another. Trade wealth enriches noble families, but it may also sharpen internal tensions between elites and dependents, between old houses and rising ones, between city interests and regional solidarity. The archaeological record gives only partial glimpses of such tensions, and scholars must infer carefully. But no ancient commercial system is free from political friction. A city fed by trade can become proud, cosmopolitan, and militarily capable. It can also become more jealous of its autonomy. The same networks that make Etruria flourish may therefore deepen the habits of local competition that later prove costly. A lesser known but revealing detail is the role of women in this aristocratic commercial culture, or at least in its visual and ceremonial expression. Etruscan art frequently presents elite women in ways that startled Greek observers, who sometimes complained that Etruscan customs were too relaxed or too public. These complaints are distorted by Greek prejudice, but they suggest something real. Elite identity in Etruria may have been displayed through family units more visibly than in some Greek contexts, with women participating in banqueting and commemorative representation more openly. If so, this adds another dimension to the political use of luxury goods. Fine jewellery, textiles, vessels, and banquet settings do not merely flatter male status. They help stage the prestige of the household as a whole. Commerce, in this sense, feeds not only individual power but dynastic presence. The Etruscans are also early adopters and adapters of writing in commercial and elite contexts. Literacy remains limited, as in most ancient societies, but inscriptions on objects, dedications, ownership markers, and funerary texts show that writing enters daily and ceremonial life in meaningful ways. Trade encourages standardization, naming, record-keeping, and the circulation of signs. The alphabet they adapt from Greek models becomes one more example of how Mediterranean contact strengthens local complexity rather than dissolving it. A civilization engaged in broad exchange needs ways to mark identity, possession, offering, and memory. The Etruscans do this with confidence, even if the later loss of so much longer writing leaves the modern observer straining at fragments. For a time, all these forces align. The mines produce, workshops thrive, ports connect, elite houses grow rich, sanctuaries receive offerings, cities compete in splendor. Goods from Etruria circulate outward, while goods from abroad arrive to be transformed into symbols of local prestige. This is the civilization near its height, not yet broken by the long military and political pressures that will come later. It is disciplined enough to exploit its resources, imaginative enough to absorb foreign influence, and wealthy enough to impress a Mediterranean world already crowded with formidable cultures. The Romans, still growing into themselves, watch from nearby and learn. That is one of the great unspoken truths of the period. Before Rome perfects conquest, it studies a people who already know how to turn land, labour, and exchange into durable power. But there is an irony resting inside all this abundance. The more the Etruscans succeed, the more visible they become to rivals. Their harbours invite envy. Their mineral wealth attracts pressure. Their maritime activity drags them into wider contests. Their elite tastes tie them to a competitive international culture in which every gain can provoke a response. Prosperity widens horizons, but it also stretches the lines that must be defended. No single explanation will account for their eventual weakening, and the evidence remains incomplete on many details. Yet it is hard to miss the pattern already forming. A civilization built on metals and trade grows strong by entering the wider world. In time, the wider world enters back with all its dangers. Still, for now, the glow of the furnaces remains bright. Hammer blows ring from workshops. Bronze catches firelight in aristocratic halls. Ships nose into harbours carrying amphorae, pigments, carved ornaments, raw materials, and rumours from distant coasts. The Etruscans stand not at the edge of civilization but near its western centre, shaping and being shaped by a Mediterranean age of movement, appetite, and display. Their wealth is tangible, worked by hand, lifted from hills, poured into moulds, polished for banquets, shipped across water, buried with the dead, and remembered in the ground long after their political independence begins to fade. They are masters of metal and trade, and for a crucial span of centuries, that mastery helps make them the most formidable power in much of Italy, before Rome becomes Rome. If the workshops and harbours reveal how the Etruscans grow rich, it is the tombs that reveal how they wish to be remembered. Few ancient civilizations are known so intimately through the architecture of death. In Etruria, the dead do not vanish into a thin archaeological residue of bone and ash alone. They are housed, painted, furnished, equipped, named, and placed in landscapes so carefully constructed that entire necropolises resemble parallel cities. Quieter versions of the living settlements nearby. Roads run between tombs. Mounds rise like low hills shaped by intention rather than nature. Doorways open into chambers carved from rock as if entering a house that has slipped beneath the earth. The effect is unnerving even now. One stands in these places and feels that death, for the Etruscans, is not absence. It is continuation under altered conditions, a transfer of rank, memory, and ritual into another domain. This is one reason the civilization survives so vividly in the archaeological record. Houses of the living, built in more perishable materials, often disappear or survive only in foundations and fragments. Tombs, especially those cut into stone or covered by earthworks, endure as a result. the Etruscans reached the present disproportionately through their cemeteries. It would be easy to mistake them for a people obsessed only with burial, but that would miss the point. Their tombs are rich precisely because they preserve the shape of life. Furniture is represented in stone, banquet scenes are painted on walls, vessels, jewelry, weapons, tools, and personal items accompany the dead. Family identity is marked carefully. What survives in the record suggests that funerary culture is one of the main arenas in which Etruscan society displays what it values most: lineage, status, ceremony, pleasure, religious order, and the stubborn refusal to let memory dissolve quickly. The great necropolises of places such as Cerveteri and Tarquinia are among the clearest windows into this world. At Cerveteri, the Banditaccia necropolis spreads across a wide area in a pattern so orderly that it can feel urban. Large tumuli, round earthen mounds covering cut stone tombs, sit beside later cube-like tomb structures arranged along streets. Some chambers are carved with benches, pillars, beams, and architectural details imitating domestic interiors. It is as if the house has been translated into permanence underground. This architectural imitation matters. The dead are not cast into abstract sacred space. They are installed in recognizable social space, where rank and family continuity remain legible. In Tarquinia, the painted tombs offer another kind of survival, preserving colour, movement, and atmosphere with astonishing intimacy. Musicians play double pipes, dancers turn in patterned rhythm, banqueters recline on couches, athletes compete, hunters and fishermen move through landscapes alive with birds and water. These are not merely decorations, they are declarations about the kind of existence that mattered. One of the most striking features of Etruscan funerary art is how often it refuses the bleakness modern viewers expect from ancient death. Greek and Roman funerary imagery can certainly be tender or solemn, but Etruscan tomb painting is often more animated, more socially charged, even festive. The dead are remembered through feasting, movement, music, competition, and abundance. Some scholars interpret these scenes as representations of funerary games or banquets held in honour of the deceased. Others see stronger evocations of the afterlife itself, a hoped-for continuation of aristocratic sociability under divine or ancestral protection. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for every scene. The paintings likely operate on several levels at once. They preserve memory, stage status, and gesture toward beliefs about what lies beyond. What they rarely do is reduce the dead to silence. Even in burial, Etruscan elites remain surrounded by spectacle. The grave goods reinforce this message. In some tombs, particularly from the richer phases of Etruscan civilization, one finds a dense assemblage of objects: bronze cauldrons, cups, pitchers, mirrors, weapons, horse trappings, jewellery of gold and amber, imported pottery, locally made butchereau, carved boxes, cosmetic tools, spindle whorls, couches, and chariots. Every object carries more than one meaning. It can mark wealth, gendered identity, family status, ritual requirement, or symbolic provision for another life. Weapons in a grave may speak of warrior identity, but also of elite honour. Fine banquet equipment can represent real household culture, but also idealised prestige. Jewellery can signify adornment, lineage, and the political value of marriage alliances. Grave goods are therefore not simple inventories. They are curated statements. The tomb becomes a final composition, arranged so that the deceased enters memory within the right frame. This curating of the dead also reveals social hierarchy with unusual clarity. Not everyone receives the same treatment. Monumental tombs belong to powerful families. Rich burials cluster around periods of intense aristocratic competition. More modest graves show that ordinary people do not vanish from the record entirely, but the most famous and best preserved funerary spaces are undeniably elite. The civilization that reaches us through these tombs is therefore partly the civilization the upper ranks wanted posterity to see. That is a familiar problem in ancient history. The record is shaped by those who can afford durability. Still, even this elite bias tells a useful truth. It shows how Etruscan nobles think power should look ancient, familial, ceremonially lavish, and fully at ease with displaying itself through architecture, colour, and precious things. The treatment of men and women in these tombs remains one of the more discussed and sometimes misunderstood aspects of Etruscan society. Women appear in banqueting scenes alongside men, named on sarcophagi, and represented with a degree of presence that Greek observers often found noteworthy or scandalous. This does not mean Etruscan society is egalitarian in any modern sense. It remains aristocratic, hierarchical, and almost certainly patriarchal in important ways. Yet the visual evidence suggests that elite women occupy a more publicly acknowledged place in family identity and commemorative display than some Greek counterparts. The famous terracotta sarcophagus couples, reclining side by side as if at a banquet, communicate this powerfully. The dead are remembered not only as isolated male citizens or warriors, but as members of visible households. That visibility may tell us something important about inheritance, kinship, and the social language of prestige. The tombs also preserve clues to Etruscan religion, though these clues are rarely straightforward. There are demons and guides in later funerary art, figures who seem to accompany or threaten the dead in transition. There are banquets that may be mortal memory or eternal hope. There are processions, games, sacrificial references, and symbolic animals. Inscriptions provide names of deities and occasional hints of sacred formulas, but not enough to reconstruct doctrine fully. Scholars still debate what ordinary Etruscans believed about the afterlife in a detailed sense. Did they imagine a shadowy underworld, a continued social existence, a family-centered ancestral realm, or a more varied spiritual geography depending on period and status? The answer may be all of these in shifting combinations. Belief systems are rarely tidy, and funerary art often preserves emotional logic better than theological clarity. What survives in the record suggests above all that the boundary between living and dead remains active, mediated through ritual, offering, and memory. Necropolises are therefore not passive repositories of the past. They are active landscapes. Families visit, perform rites, make offerings, and reaffirm lineage. Tomb architecture can be renewed or extended. Burials accumulate across generations. The very placement of cemeteries near major roads or outside city boundaries ensures visibility. Traveller approaching a city would be reminded that its power is old, settled, and populated by ancestors beneath the ground. This public quality matters. A necropolis is not hidden shamefully away from society. It stands in relation to the city almost as a companion settlement. The dead strengthen the claims of the living by proving depth of possession. To rule land effectively in such a culture is to fill it with remembered forebears. One lesser known but revealing detail is the changing style of burial over time. Early Villanovan cremation in biconical urns gives way, over centuries, to more elaborate chamber tombs and varied inhumation practices, especially among the elite. These changes do not merely reflect fashion. They suggest shifts in how status, family continuity, and the body itself are imagined. Cremation can emphasize transformation and standardized ritual. Chamber burial, especially in a furnished domestic-like space, places greater emphasis on the preserved social person and the household as enduring unit. The evidence does not suggest one simple theological revolution, but it does indicate a civilization whose funerary practice evolves along with its urbanism and aristocratic display. As wealth grows, tombs become larger stages on which noble families can inscribe permanence. Artistic quality in these tombs also deserves attention in its own right. The painters of Tarquinia, for example, are not merely artisans hired to fill sacred walls with symbols. They are acute observers of gesture, movement, and rhythm. Birds tilt in marsh reeds. Figures lean into music. Limbs turn with controlled energy. Faces retain the stylized profile conventions of the time, yet bodies often communicate real motion and mood. The color palette, though limited by time and material, still gives scenes warmth and immediacy. This matters because it rescues the Etruscans from the old stereotype of being known only through dry ritual or strange language. Their painters can be lively, humorous, sensuous, even playful. Death in their hands becomes one more setting in which life insists on being seen. At the same time, not everything in the funerary record is serene. Later tomb imagery can darken. Winged figures, boundary guardians, and scenes suggestive of peril or transition appear with greater force. This may reflect changing ideas under new historical pressures, including contact with Greek mythic imagery and shifting local conceptions of the underworld. It may also reflect the deepening complexity of a society facing political stress. As with all symbolic systems, direct interpretation is hazardous, but there is a noticeable movement in some later funerary art away from pure aristocratic celebration and toward a more unsettling meditation on what lies beyond control. This evolution reminds us that Etruscan religion, like Etruscan politics, is not static. It changes across centuries, responding to contact, anxiety, and internal development. For historians, the tombs are both gift and trap. They preserve names, family ties, artistic traditions, imported goods, and ideological patterns with a richness unmatched by many other sources. Yet they also bias the picture toward death, ceremony, and elites. The risk is to imagine everyday Etruscan life entirely through what the wealthy choose to bury: fields, workshops, kitchens, disputes, childhood, old age, disease, labour routines. And the quieter textures of ordinary existence survive more unevenly. Still, even with that caution, the funerary record remains indispensable. It reveals a civilization that does not hide itself from posterity. On the contrary, it seems to prepare for posterity, as if aware that architecture and ritual together can outlast the spoken word. There is another irony here. The Etruscans are often called mysterious because so much of their literature and political history is lost, yet their tombs are among the least silent places in ancient archaeology. They speak in images, in arrangements of objects, in architectural imitation, in repeated symbols of household and feast and procession. Their language may resist full understanding, but their emotional world often feels close enough to touch. The desire to remember one's family, to display status, to soften the insult of death through beauty, to place the dead among signs of abundance and order. These are not obscure impulses, they are immediately human, and perhaps that is why the necropolises remain so powerful. They allow the Etruscans to confront the greatest certainty with a kind of composure. The dead descend beneath tumuli or into cut chambers, but they do not go empty-handed. They bring bronze and music, painted walls and family names, couches for banquets and vessels for drink, jewels and weapons and traces of the household world above. Even where the beliefs behind these choices remain partly hidden, the instinct is unmistakable. They refuse oblivion by making memory physical. In the cities of the dead, Etruscan civilization preserves the image it most wants the future to encounter: prosperous, ceremonious, lineage-bound, alive with art, and unwilling to surrender dignity even to the grave. Long after their political independence begins to fracture, these underground rooms keep speaking, telling us that to understand the Etruscans one must follow them not only into their markets and sanctuaries, but down into the earth where their most enduring version of themselves still waits. By the time Rome begins to matter, it does so in a world the Etruscans have already helped shape. This is one of the central facts that later Roman memory, for all its pride, never entirely manages to erase. The city that will eventually absorb Italy and then much of the Mediterranean does not rise in cultural isolation from a muddy patch beside the Tiber. It grows within a dense field of older influences, and among those influences the Etruscans stand near the front. Their presence is felt in architecture, in ritual, in political symbolism, in urban planning, in public display, and in the very habits of authority that Rome later presents as naturally its own. The irony is quiet but immense. Rome becomes great partly by learning how greatness should look from the civilization it will one day eclipse. This process does not happen all at once, nor does it reduce Rome to a mere Etruscan offshoot. Roman culture forms from multiple streams, Latin foundations, Sabine connections, Greek contacts, Italic exchanges, and Etruscan pressure all contribute to its early shape. But the Etruscan contribution is too substantial to dismiss as incidental. In the centuries before Rome dominates its neighbours, Etruscan cities are generally wealthier, more experienced in urban life, more connected to Mediterranean trade, and more confident in the staging of public power. Rome, perched near the southern edge of Etruscan influence, absorbs these lessons through proximity, rivalry, intermarriage, political domination, and shared regional experience. It does not copy everything. It selects, adapts, and eventually naturalizes what it takes. That is one of Rome's greatest talents. It knows how to borrow without looking borrowed. Roman tradition itself preserves this uneasy memory in the stories of its kings. However embellished these accounts become, the later Romans remember that some of their early rulers, especially the Tarquins, are associated with Etruscan backgrounds or Etruscan-linked power. The historical details behind these traditions remain debated. Ancient narratives are full of literary shaping, moral lessons, and political hindsight. Still, it is difficult to ignore the larger pattern. Rome's formative period appears deeply entangled with the wider Etruscan world, and perhaps at times directly subject to it, even if the exact sequence of kings is not fully recoverable. The broad historical truth seems sound early. Rome is not simply resisting Etruscan influence from the outside. At moments it is living within that orbit, being organized, monumentalized, and politically elevated by forces in which Etruscan models play a major role. One of the clearest areas of influence is the city itself. Urban Rome, especially in its early monumental phase, begins to look less like an oversized village and more like a true central Italian city capable of command. This transformation includes major drainage works, the development of public spaces, temple construction, and the symbolic ordering of civic territory, the Cloaca Maxima, the great drainage system later famous in Roman engineering. is rooted in this early drive to make marshy ground habitable and politically useful. The Forum area, once difficult terrain, becomes the central heart of a growing city through acts of planning and infrastructure that fit well within the broader urban traditions already visible in Etruria. Scholars still debate details of chronology and execution, but the wider picture is persuasive. Rome's urban confidence emerges in a landscape where the Etruscans already understand how to turn topography into authority. Temple architecture offers another strong clue. Early Roman religious buildings owe much to Etruscan forms, especially in the use of deep porches, high podiums, timber superstructures, and rich terracotta decoration. Later Roman monumental architecture, especially in stone and concrete, will develop along very different lines, and Greek influence will become dominant in many visible ways. But in the earlier period, the sacred skyline of Rome is shaped in a manner deeply indebted to Etruscan practice. The great temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline, one of the most important symbolic buildings in early Rome, belongs to this world. Its scale, layout, and decorative language point to a tradition in which religion and public authority are fused through architecture designed not for interior contemplation, but for frontal display, processional emphasis, and visible command over civic space. In that sense, the Roman temple begins as much an Etruscan inheritance as a Latin institution. Political symbolism tells a similar story. The fasces, bundles of rods often with an axe, carried before magistrates as signs of coercive authority, are traditionally associated with Etruscan precedent. So too is the curule chair, the ivory or ceremonial seat of high office, and possibly the triumphal regalia that later become so central to Roman public life. These symbols matter because they show how authority is staged, not just how it functions. A state does not become powerful merely by passing orders. It becomes powerful by clothing command in forms that people instinctively obey or fear. The Etruscans are highly skilled in this visual politics. Rome inherits that skill and then universalizes it across an empire. By the time fasces appear in later Roman memory as unmistakably Roman, the older source has already begun to fade beneath appropriation. Religion may be the deepest area of all. Roman practice remains distinct in many ways, but it is heavily marked by Etruscan habits of divination and ritual expertise, the interpretation of omens, the reading of lightning, the consultation of specialists trained in sacred signs, the concern with ritual correctness and the proper boundaries between human action and divine will. All this resonates strongly with Etruscan models. Roman elites continue, even in later centuries, to consult haruspices of Etruscan tradition when prodigies disturb the public order. This persistence is remarkable. Political independence may be lost, but religious authority remains useful long after conquest. That alone tells us how seriously the Romans regard the Etruscan mastery of sacred knowledge. They may conquer the cities, but they do not pretend to have invented everything worth knowing. The alphabet is another quiet inheritance. The script used for Latin ultimately passes through Etruscan mediation from Greek forms. This is an easily overlooked detail because alphabets become naturalized so completely that later users seldom reflect on the path by which signs arrived. Yet it matters enormously. The very letters through which Roman law, literature, administration, and empire later speak come into Latium through channels in which Etruscan adaptation plays a crucial role. In that sense, Rome quite literally learns to write in a world already filtered through Etruscan contact with the Greek sphere. Such inheritances are easy to miss because they disappear into familiarity. A borrowed script, once normalized, feels native, but history often works this way. the most successful forms of influence are the ones later generations stop noticing. Even Roman social display seems to absorb something of the Etruscan sense that authority must be seen as much as exercised. Public processions, formal insignia, elite competition through visible status, and the close linking of religious office with political legitimacy all echo patterns that are already well developed among the Etruscan city-states. Rome, of course, transforms these habits by placing them within a more disciplined and eventually more expansive republican system. Yet the habit of ceremonial power, of making hierarchy legible in objects, spaces, and public movement, is not invented from nothing in the Latin countryside. It belongs to the same central Italian world in which the Etruscans are long-established masters of urban theatre. There is also a broader, less tangible inheritance, the idea that central Italy can sustain true urban civilization. Before Rome becomes imperial, it first needs to believe that cities in this landscape can rule, monumentalize, codify sacred order, and command broad territories. The Etruscans have already demonstrated exactly that. Their walled plateaus, sanctuaries, necropolises, trade systems, and aristocratic institutions prove that Italy north of the Greek colonies is not a marginal zone awaiting civilization from elsewhere. It can generate powerful urban societies of its own. Rome grows up in the presence of this fact. It sees the model before it surpasses it. In this sense, the Etruscans do more than pass on individual customs. They help define the horizon of what seems possible. The relationship is not simply one of passive cultural flow, it is sharpened by rivalry. Rome learns from people it also fears, resists, and eventually confronts. That tension may even intensify the learning. A neighbouring power often influences most deeply precisely because it cannot be ignored. The great Etruscan city just north of Rome, is the clearest example. Its proximity turns it into both rival and teacher. The two communities inhabit overlapping strategic worlds around the Tiber, and their competition must have made each more aware of the other's strengths. Rome's later conquest of Veii becomes one of the major turning points in its rise. But before conquest comes long familiarity. One does not besiege what one does not understand. The Romans know the value of Etruscan urbanism because they have lived beside it. A lesser-known but telling sign of Etruscan prestige in Rome is the survival of Etruscan personal and family ties among the early elite. Names, marriages, and traditions suggest that the boundary between Roman and Etruscan aristocratic worlds is not always sharp in the early period. This is what frontier power often looks like, not clean separation, but shared customs, bilingual spaces, shifting loyalties, and the slow hardening of identities only later remembered as ancient oppositions. The story of Rome triumphing over the Etruscans can therefore be misleading if imagined too early and too cleanly. Before Rome defeats them politically, it is already entangled with them socially and culturally. Conquest, when it comes, will be as much the takeover of an inherited system as the destruction of a foreign one. Scholars still debate the exact scale of Etruscan rule over Rome in its earliest phases, and the evidence remains incomplete enough that certainty should be used carefully. Some older models imagined a straightforward period of Etruscan domination, almost like a foreign dynasty ruling a Latin city. The reality may have been more mixed, with Rome participating in a regional elite culture strongly shaped by Etruscan power, without always being directly controlled by one external authority. Yet whichever formulation one prefers, the central point remains. Rome develops in profound conversation with the Etruscan world. No serious reading of early Roman history can set that aside. And this makes the later Roman attitude toward the Etruscans especially revealing. Roman writers often treat them with a mixture of respect, distance, and mild condescension. They acknowledge Etruscan religious expertise, antiquity, and cultural influence, while also casting them as luxurious, superstitious, or politically weak in contrast to Roman discipline. This is the language of a successor civilization managing its inheritance. Rome wants the authority of Etruscan antiquity without granting too much dignity to Etruscan independence. It wants to preserve useful origins while ensuring that the final glory remains Roman. In that sense, Roman memory performs the same act that Roman conquest performs materially. It absorbs, recodes, and subordinates. Yet the older civilization keeps showing through, in the shape of temples, in ritual offices, in symbols of magistracy, in the very literacy of the Latin world, in the transformation of Rome from clustered hills to ordered city. The Etruscans are present. The Romans can rename the inheritance, but they cannot unmake it. Their own rise is inseparable from it. The forgotten civilization that ruled Italy before Rome does not disappear when Rome appears. It enters Rome, thread by thread, until the conqueror speaks in forms partly taught by the conquered. This is why the Etruscans matter so much. They're not only predecessors, they're ingredients. So when Rome begins to stand taller on the banks of the Tiber, it does so wearing borrowed confidence. The drainage channels, the sacred procedures, the visual language of office, the architectural habits of command, the alphabet of administration, even the sense that public life must be staged with grandeur, all emerge within a world the Etruscans have already made legible. Rome will take these tools and use them with a scale and persistence no Etruscan city-state ever achieves. But the tools arrive from somewhere. Beneath the later marble of Roman greatness there remains an older foundation of terracotta, omen reading, regal display, and urban ambition. Rome could not ignore the Etruscans because, in many ways, Rome first learns how to become Rome by watching them. At its height, Etruscan power does not sit still within the hills of its heartland. Wealth tends to widen ambition, and cities accustomed to ruling rich countryside do not easily resist the pull of larger horizons. The Etruscans expand not as a single marching state with one central command, but through the layered movements typical of a civilization built from powerful city-states. Influence radiates outward. Trading enclaves deepen into political interests. Aristocratic networks reach into neighboring regions. Military pressure secures corridors of movement, and colonies or dependent communities extend cultural presence into new landscapes. For a time, this works remarkably well. The Etruscans become a force not only in central Italy but far to the north in the Po Valley and southward into Campania. Their civilization stretches across a broad arc of the peninsula, tied together by language, religion, elite customs, and material style. Even if never welded into one empire, from the outside, especially to rivals watching uneasily from sea and land, they can look like the dominant power of Italy before Rome discovers how to make dominance permanent. This wider Etruscan world is easiest to imagine as a network of zones rather than a single block of territory. In the north, Etruscan influence reaches into the Po Valley, where fertile plains and river routes offer agricultural wealth and strategic access. Sites such as Felsina, later Bologna, become important centres in this northern sphere. To push into the Po Valley is to move into one of the most economically promising regions of Italy, but also one exposed to shifting pressures from transalpine peoples and local communities not easily absorbed. In the south, Etruscan presence in Campania links them to one of the most contested and prosperous regions of the peninsula, where Greek colonies, Italic groups, and maritime trade networks overlap in unstable ways. Capua and nearby territories become especially significant in this southern extension. What survives in the record suggests that Etruscan elites see clearly what these zones offer: grain, roots, status, and above all reach. A civilization of city-states can seem fragmented internally, yet still project astonishing influence when its centres are all moving outward at once. The period of greatest expansion likely belongs to the 7th and 6th centuries BCE, when Etruscan cities are rich, confident, and deeply involved in Mediterranean exchange. This is also the period when aristocratic culture reaches a high pitch of display and foreign contact. Noble houses accumulate imported luxuries, sanctuaries grow more elaborate, metal production remains strong, urban centres invest in defences and monumental works. Outward movement makes sense in such a climate. Expansion is not only about military conquest in the narrow sense, it is about controlling roads, ports, river mouths, mineral districts, and agricultural basins. It is about securing markets for goods and preventing rivals from hemming in one's own trade. It is about ensuring that local prestige does not remain local for long. In this broader strategic world, the Etruscans are not unusual in seeking hegemony. What is notable is how successful they become for a time. Despite lacking one permanent unified state, one of the most intriguing aspects of this expansion is the role of elite mobility and imitation. Etruscan culture spreads not merely because armies occupy land, but because its forms are prestigious: tomb styles, religious practices, luxury goods, inscriptions, artistic motifs, and urban planning all carry the aura of a civilization that seems advanced, wealthy, and worthy of emulation. In neighbouring regions, Etruscan influence can therefore arrive through attraction as much as coercion. Local elites may adopt Etruscan styles to elevate themselves. Traders and artisans carry forms across frontiers. Marriages likely bind important families across cities and regions. Sanctuaries circulate sacred traditions. The result is a sphere of influence more diffuse than a formal empire, but still potent. This may help explain why the archaeological footprint of Etruscan culture can appear broad even where direct political control remains uncertain. Prestige itself is a kind of border, yet prestige alone does not hold territory. The Etruscans live in a peninsula full of rivals, and the wider their influence extends, the more of those rivals they must confront. To the south, the Greek colonies of Magna Graecia are wealthy, militarized, and deeply connected to the wider Hellenic world. Cities such as Cumae, Syracuse through its broader interests, and others are not mere trading posts. They are political actors with fleets, alliances, and strong identities of their own. Greek pottery and artistic forms may flow into Etruria, but so do competition and resentment. Greek writers often depict Tyrrhenians, their term for the Etruscans, as dangerous seafarers and troublesome opponents. Such portraits are not impartial, but they do reveal the scale of the rivalry. These are powers colliding in the same waters, seeking the same routes, harbours, and commercial advantages. To the inland south and east, various Italic-speaking peoples continue to occupy, contest, and expand through the peninsula. These communities are not a passive background waiting to be dominated by whichever civilization appears most refined. They are resilient, adaptive, and often militarily capable. The Samnites in particular will later become a major force in central and southern Italy, though their fullest confrontation with Rome comes after the primary height of Etruscan expansion. Even before that, the upland peoples of the Apennine zones create a constant strategic tension for more urbanized lowland societies. mountain and hill communities can raid, resist, and reconfigure regional balances in ways rich city-states often find difficult to manage. The Etruscans, for all their urban sophistication, are never free from this pressure. Control over plains and corridors always risks interruption from harder terrain beyond. And then there is Rome, still not yet the master of Italy, still one power among several, yet increasingly difficult to ignore. In the earlier centuries of Etruscan expansion, Rome appears less as the final danger than as part of a contested southern frontier. Its position along the Tiber gives it importance beyond its early size. The river corridor links inland and coast, Etruria and Latium, traffic and ambition. Whoever seeks lasting influence in central Italy must reckon with this zone. And the Etruscans do. At times they seem to dominate or strongly shape Rome's development. At others they face a city growing less willing to remain within anyone else's orbit. The relationship is never simple. Rome is influenced by the Etruscans even while learning how to resist them. That duality makes the border especially unstable. It is not a line between strangers. It is a line between entangled rivals. The old Roman memory of kings with Etruscan associations belongs in this atmosphere of expanding influence and blurred frontiers. Whether one interprets these traditions as evidence of direct domination, elite integration, or retrospective simplification, they point toward a period when Etruscan power could plausibly reach deeply into Latium. This should not be imagined as a neat administrative annexation. The evidence remains incomplete, and the political realities were likely fluid. But there is little reason to doubt that the height of Etruscan strength includes a southern phase in which Rome and neighbouring Latin communities are forced to navigate a world where Etruscan authority is very real. If later Roman narratives dramatize liberation from kingship partly through anti-Etruscan colouring, that too suggests how strong the earlier shadow had been. Meanwhile, within Etruria itself, success has consequences. The richer the cities become, the more intense local competition grows. A civilization composed of proud urban centres can expand impressively when its interests align. But shared victory does not necessarily reduce rivalry. Tarquinia does not cease thinking of Tarquinia because Cerveteri prospers. Veii ambitions do not automatically merge with those of Vulci or Clusium. Each centre has its own aristocracies, sacred traditions, military obligations, and calculations of advantage. This means that expansion can become uneven. Northern projects may matter more to some cities than southern ones. Maritime concerns matter more to coastal powers than inland priorities do. Some communities gain more from Greek trade, others care more about land routes, mines, or frontier security. The same flexibility that allows the Etruscan world to grow through many channels also prevents the formation of one consistent grand strategy. This becomes more dangerous as the competitive environment hardens. In the Western Mediterranean, the 6th century BCE is a period of shifting alignments and mounting pressure. Greek colonization deepens, Phoenician and Carthaginian interests intensify. Maritime clashes grow more consequential. In mainland Italy, frontier communities become more organized and harder to overawe. A system built on aristocratic prestige and city autonomy can still flourish in such a world, but it needs either strong coordination or a run of favourable circumstances. The Etruscans rarely enjoy both at once. Their successes remain real, yet cracks begin to show at the edges. Some regions are simply too far, too contested, or too unstable to hold securely without a level of centralized direction their civilization does not consistently produce. A lesser-known but important dimension of this moment is the way sacred and political leadership intertwine. because Etruscan cities are linked by religious institutions as much as by strategic need. Periods of expansion likely carry a ceremonial language of collective legitimacy. It is not only that one city wants more land. Expansion can also be framed through auspices, omens, sacred order, and the duty of aristocratic houses to maintain the favour of the gods through successful rule. This does not make Etruscan expansion uniquely pious. Nearly all ancient powers understand conquest through divine sanction. But in the Etruscan case, where sacred expertise is especially prestigious, the blending of military ambition and ritual authorization may be unusually pronounced. Rulers do not merely march, they interpret heaven first. That can strengthen resolve, but it can also slow coordination when signs, traditions, and local priestly authorities differ. The high point of Etruscan power therefore carries within it paradox. It is broad, wealthy, and impressive, but not uniformly integrated. Cities linked by culture extend their influence far from the heartland, yet remain stubbornly themselves. Coastal strength and inland ambition reinforce one another, but never completely fuse. Aristocratic dynamism keeps the system flexible, yet also keeps it competitive. Expansion works so long as rivals remain divided and the lines of commerce stay open. Once those conditions begin to change, the same structure that produced success starts to reveal its limits. Scholars still debate exactly when the turning point becomes unmistakable, because the process is gradual rather than dramatic. There is no single year in which Etruscan greatness simply breaks. But the age of unchallenged outward momentum does not last forever. Still, before the weakening becomes undeniable, there is a moment when Etruscan civilization stands across Italy with genuine authority. In the north, it has pushed into fertile plains that promise immense reward. In the south, it has established itself in Campania close to some of the richest and most dangerous intersections of the peninsula. In the centre, its great cities continue to dominate the volcanic plateaus and river corridors of their homeland. On the sea, its merchants and sailors move through contested waters with enough strength to alarm Greek observers. In neighbouring Rome, its cultural gravity remains deeply felt. This is not the picture of a fading people already waiting for conquest. It is the picture of a civilization near its zenith, confident enough to widen its borders and old enough to assume that widening them will preserve its future. But history is often cruelest at just such moments. Powers tend to imagine that the conditions which made their rise possible will continue a little longer than they do. The Etruscans are not blind to danger, yet they are shaped by a world in which local greatness has long been enough to command respect. What they are approaching, without fully knowing it, is a different kind of age, one in which rivals become more disciplined, alliances more decisive, and fragmented strength less reliable than before. The Greeks are not going away. Italic pressure will not recede. Rome is not destined to remain a subordinate frontier city. The geography of opportunity is becoming a geography of collision. For now, though, the furnaces still burn, the ports still thrive, and the city-states of Etruria still look outward with confidence. Their kings, magistrates, or leading aristocrats preside over societies rich in ceremony and ambition. Their rivals watch carefully. Their borders, never simple lines, stretch through river valleys, plains, colonies, sanctuaries, and contested roads. Italy before Rome is not empty ground awaiting one master. It is a crowded field of powers learning how far they can reach. Among them, for a crucial span of centuries, the Etruscans reach farther than most. That is precisely why the coming resistance matters so much. A civilization this strong does not disappear because it was weak. It begins to falter because the world around it becomes too fiercely contested for loose greatness to hold indefinitely. The first signs of weakening do not arrive as a single collapse. No great trumpet sounds over Etruria, announcing that the age of dominance has ended. Instead, pressure gathers in the way it often does for powerful societies through repeated contests that begin to expose structural limits. The Etruscans are still wealthy, still urban, still formidable, but they are now fighting on too many fronts, in too many different ways, against rivals who do not all make the same mistakes. On sea and land alike, the world around them is becoming harsher. Control of trade routes, harbours, river corridors, and frontier zones demands more coordination than a loose network of proud city-states can always provide. For generations, local strength and cultural prestige have been enough to project power outward. Now those same strengths begin to meet opponents who are equally ambitious and, in some cases, better positioned to act in concert when it matters most. The sea is one of the first great theatres where this strain becomes visible. Etruscan commerce has long depended on maritime confidence. Their ships move through the Tyrrhenian world, linking central Italy to islands, southern coasts, and foreign markets. That maritime activity brings profit, but it also invites collision with Greek interests, especially as Greek colonies in southern Italy and Sicily grow more established and more assertive. Ancient Greek writers often describe the Tyrrhenians as dangerous seafarers, sometimes collapsing trade, warfare, and piracy into one hostile stereotype. The language is biased, but bias itself is revealing. It shows that the Etruscans are significant enough at sea to be treated as genuine rivals. The problem is that maritime rivalry does not reward complacency. A people can prosper for decades on contested waters and still discover, suddenly and expensively, that naval defeat carries consequences far beyond the battlefield. One of the most important flashpoints comes in the waters around Corsica. The Battle of Alalia, usually placed in the mid-6th century BCE, is remembered through Greek accounts as a major confrontation involving Phocian Greeks on one side and a combined Etruscan-Carthaginian force on the other. The ancient descriptions are tangled and not entirely consistent, and scholars still debate the precise scale and outcome. Greek sources portray it as a costly success for the Phocians, a kind of victory so damaging that it forces them to abandon the area. From a broader strategic perspective, the result appears more mixed and perhaps more favourable to the Etruscan-Carthaginian side than Greek memory likes to admit. Yet the deeper point lies elsewhere. The battle reveals the Western Mediterranean as a zone in which no major player can dominate easily. Even cooperation between Etruscans and Carthaginians, when it occurs, does not produce lasting simplicity. Sea power in this world is expensive, unstable, and always vulnerable to shifting alignments. That alliance with Carthage is itself revealing. It shows that the Etruscans understand the scale of the threat and are willing to act with other powers to contain Greek expansion. This is not the behaviour of a civilization sleepwalking into decline. It is strategic and adaptive. Yet it also hints at a weakness. A society fully secure in its own maritime dominance does not need powerful partners to defend regional equilibrium. The Etruscans are still dangerous, but they are already operating in a crowded field where success increasingly depends on balancing other ambitious states rather than simply outshining them. Such balancing can work for a time. It is less effective when every ally has interests of its own, and every battlefield belongs to a wider chain of consequence. Naval competition matters not only because of prestige, but because trade and sea routes are lifelines. Control of the Tyrrhenian Sea shapes access to metals, imported goods, colonial markets, and the movement of information itself. Harbours are not just commercial spaces, they are strategic hinges between inland wealth and overseas opportunity. When Etruscan maritime confidence begins to face serious checks, the effect is not confined to the coast. It threatens the entire system that links mines, workshops, aristocratic consumption, and political influence. A defeat at sea does not instantly empty the tombs of their bronzes or silence the sanctuaries, but it can begin to narrow the world on which such splendour depends. The decisive symbolic blow in the south comes later, near Cumae, in the early 5th century BCE. There, Etruscan forces suffer a major defeat at the hands of Greek opponents, with Syracuse playing a crucial role in the wider balance of power. Ancient evidence here too is partial, but the larger implications are hard to miss. The Etruscan position in Campania, once a sign of their southern reach, becomes much harder to sustain after their maritime and regional strength is checked. Greek naval effectiveness, combined with the resilience of local and regional rivals, begins to cut into the southern extension of Etruscan influence. Campania, one of the richest and most contested zones of Italy, cannot be held securely by prestige alone. Once maritime support weakens and opponents gain confidence, the Etruscan presence there grows more vulnerable. On land, matters are no simpler. The Etruscan world is always bordered by peoples who do not share its urban aristocratic structure, and therefore do not respond to pressure in predictable ways. In the north, movements of Celtic-speaking groups into the Po Valley alter the balance dramatically over time. Northern Etruscan centres that had benefited from expansion into fertile plains now find themselves exposed to new populations with different military traditions and territorial ambitions. In the south and east, Italic groups continue pressing through the peninsula's uplands and contested zones. Some of these pressures intensify only gradually, but gradual change can be more dangerous than dramatic invasion, because it gives no single clear moment for collective response. Frontier erosion is harder to dramatize and often harder to resist. Campania again offers a painful example. Etruscan influence there is not simply broken by Greeks alone. Italic-speaking peoples, especially the Samnites as their power grows more visible in later phases, contribute to the destabilization of the region. The exact sequencing is complex and the evidence remains incomplete, but the broad pattern is clear enough. Southern Etruscan power becomes trapped between strong coastal rivals and vigorous inland ones. It is a classic strategic vice. A civilization oriented partly toward maritime trade and aristocratic urban networks finds itself pressed by enemies who contest both coasts and uplands. Once that happens, distant holdings become difficult to defend, especially when the cities of the homeland are not fully unified in their priorities. This is where Etruscan political structure begins to show its cost more openly. Each city has reasons to care most about its own immediate sphere. A northern centre may be far more anxious about Transalpine or inland developments than about distant Campania. A coastal power may worry more about harbours and shipping than about frontier skirmishes in the interior. A southern-facing city may treat Rome as the greater long-term threat while others remain focused elsewhere. These differing horizons make perfect sense locally. Civilization, however, increasingly demands more than local sense. It demands synchronized action. The Etruscan League, whatever its ceremonial power, does not consistently produce this. Sacred gatherings and shared identity are not enough to replace unified command in an age of widening military stress. Even military culture itself may contribute to the difficulty. Etruscan warfare, like that of many early Mediterranean aristocratic societies, likely relies heavily on elite leadership, local levies, and varying patterns of equipment and organization. Over time, these systems evolve, and the Etruscans are by no means primitive or tactically incapable. But flexible city-based military traditions can struggle when facing opponents whose cohesion and institutional discipline begin to increase. The evidence is patchy, and one should be cautious about oversimplifying ancient combat. Still, no single explanation fully accounts for repeated losses unless one includes the deeper problem of organization. A civilization of many strong centers can field brave armies and talented commanders and still lose the larger war of position if it cannot make strategy cumulative. There is also the quieter matter of morale and prestige. Power depends partly on reputation. As long as neighbouring peoples believe the Etruscans are ascendant, their influence stretches farther than their walls. Once major defeats begin to circulate through the Mediterranean and the peninsula, the psychological climate changes, allies become less certain, subject communities become less obedient, rivals grow bolder, border zones become less stable. A loss at sea can inspire defiance inland. A failed campaign in Campania can encourage resistance closer to home. The unravelling of hegemony is often contagious. It spreads through changed expectations as much as through lost battles. One lesser-known but important feature of this period is the unevenness of decline. Not all Etruscan cities weaken at once or in the same way. Some remain rich and influential long after others lose their outer footholds. Clusium, for example, can still matter greatly in later regional politics. Tarquinia and Cerveteri do not simply vanish when southern influence contracts. The homeland retains enormous cultural and economic weight. This unevenness may actually worsen the strategic problem. If the core still feels stable, cities may be less willing to sacrifice for distant theatres. Why commit deeply to a southern rescue or a northern frontier if one's own sanctuaries are still receiving offerings and one's own tombs are still being furnished richly? Decline rarely feels like decline from the inside at first. It feels like disturbance elsewhere. And then, of course, there is Rome. Learning as it watches, Rome does not create Etruscan difficulties, but it benefits from them. A civilization preoccupied with maritime rivalry, regional contraction, and uneven frontier stress is less able to deal decisively with an ambitious southern neighbour growing harder to dominate. The weakening of Etruscan power in Campania and the strain on wider networks do not merely reduce prestige in abstract terms. They help loosen the broader system within which Rome had once been contained. The city on the Tiber now has more room to act, to test, to resist, and eventually to strike. In this sense, the great battles on sea and land are not isolated episodes. They are part of the background condition that makes Rome's rise increasingly possible. Scholars still debate the weight of each factor. Some emphasize naval setbacks, others stress inland shifts, especially in the north and south. Others point to the internal fragmentation that turns every external pressure into a magnified political problem. The evidence remains incomplete enough that any neat single-cause explanation should be resisted. What survives in the record suggests instead a chain of interacting difficulties. Maritime competition checks expansion and weakens commerce. Territorial pressures in peripheral regions grow more intense. Outlying zones become harder to hold. Local priorities prevent unified response. Repeated losses damage prestige. Ambitious rivals exploit the openings. The civilization does not collapse in one dramatic season. It begins to lose the initiative. That loss of initiative may be the most important change of all. For centuries, the Etruscans are a people who move outward, define terms, and shape the landscape around them. Now they are increasingly reacting. They are defending positions rather than enlarging them. managing contractions rather than orchestrating expansions. Their cities remain impressive, their culture remains rich, their religious authority remains respected, but strategic momentum has shifted. The wider world is no longer adjusting itself primarily to Etruscan strength. Etruscan cities are having to adjust to a wider world whose balances are moving against them. Still, it would be a mistake to imagine this moment as one of immediate ruin. The Etruscans are too deeply rooted for that. Their walls still stand over ravines. Their mines still yield value. Their artisans still work bronze and clay. Their noble families still banquet and bury their dead with ceremony. Their language is still spoken in the streets and sanctuaries of powerful cities. But the pattern is changing beneath the surface. The battles on sea and land have revealed something their earlier brilliance had concealed. Splendor alone is not enough. Not when every frontier is contested and every rival is learning. The civilization that once ruled much of Italy is now entering a harsher chapter, where defeat does not come as a single blow, but as a series of adjustments that slowly shrink what had once seemed secure. And perhaps that is what makes this phase so compelling. There is no easy tragedy here, no one ruin one can point to and say this is where the forgotten civilization fell. Instead, there is attrition, the most historical of endings, a harbour lost, a region weakened, a trade route narrowed, a battlefield remembered bitterly, a rival growing stronger just beyond the river, a league not quite able to act as one. The Etruscans are still very much alive, but their world is becoming harder to hold together. The sea that once carried wealth now carries danger. The land that once rewarded expansion now multiplies enemies, and in the long interval between greatness and conquest, the first real shape of decline begins to emerge. What weakens the Etruscans is not defeat alone, but division under pressure. A civilization can survive lost battles if it knows how to convert fear into unity. The Etruscans rarely do this consistently enough. Their problem is not that they lack courage, wealth, sacred legitimacy, or old prestige. They possess all of these in abundance. Their problem is that their civilization is built from many centers that never fully stop thinking like separate worlds. In calmer centuries, that arrangement gives them flexibility and brilliance. Each city can grow according to its own landscape, its own ruling families, its own commercial opportunities, its own sacred traditions. But once the larger Mediterranean and Italian balance begins turning harsher, what had once felt like a system of shared strength starts to look more like a pattern of elegant fragmentation. The slow fracturing of Etruria is not the story of a people forgetting who they are. It is the story of a people unable to turn cultural unity into lasting political coordination when history begins demanding exactly that. The idea of an Etruscan League, often associated with a group of 12 cities linked by shared rituals and common gathering places, has long tempted historians with the image of a federation that might have acted decisively in moments of danger. There is clearly some truth behind the tradition. Etruscan cities are not strangers to one another. They share religious forms, language, elite customs, and a broad sense of belonging to the same civilization. Federal sanctuaries likely serve as places where this larger identity is renewed. Yet a sacred league is not the same thing as a state. Meeting together does not automatically produce common taxation, regular joint campaigns, standardized command structures, or the willingness of one city to bleed heavily for another's distant frontier. Scholars still debate how formal the League's mechanisms really are, and the evidence remains incomplete enough that modern reconstructions must stay cautious. What survives in the record suggests that collective identity is real, but its practical force is often limited. This limitation appears most clearly when external threats affect different regions unevenly. A southern crisis in Campania does not necessarily provoke the same urgency in northern or inland cities as it does in those with stronger southern ties. Maritime defeats matter differently to inland centres than to coastal ones whose wealth depends directly on sea routes. A city focused on the Tiber frontier may regard Rome as the central danger, while another worries more about northern instability or local rivalries. These differences are not signs of blindness. They are entirely rational from a local perspective. The trouble is that local rationality can be disastrous at civilizational scale. When every city calculates risk primarily through its own horizon, no one is consistently defending Etruria as a whole. There is no single treasury, no unquestioned supreme command, and no enduring mechanism to force cooperation at the level history now requires. The social structure of the Etruscan cities may deepen this problem. Aristocratic families dominate public life, and aristocratic politics rarely favours easy subordination. Local noble houses derive their authority from ancestry, land, ritual, retainers, and civic prestige. They are trained to compete, to preserve their own rank, and to defend their city's distinction against rivals near and far. This kind of elite culture can produce exceptional vitality. It can patronize art, sponsor sanctuaries, fund military ventures, and sharpen civic ambition. But it also makes collective obedience harder to achieve. A noble house in Tarquinia or Veii or Clusium may be willing to cooperate with others when the cost is manageable and the benefit immediate. It is far less likely to accept long-term subordination to another city's leadership without resentment. In a world of repeated external pressure, this reluctance becomes more than an inconvenience. It becomes a structural flaw. There is a familiar historical pattern here. Confederated systems often flourish in times when threats remain limited, intermittent, or localized. Their members can choose when to coordinate and when to compete. But once a rival appears that can think in larger territorial terms and sustain pressure over generations, looser systems begin to fray. The Etruscans find themselves in exactly this position. Greek colonies contest them at sea and in the south. Italic peoples reshape interior balances. Northern pressures grow over time. Rome, meanwhile, becomes steadily more disciplined and more patient. It does not need to destroy the Etruscan world in one decisive stroke. It only needs to exploit its inability to behave as one political body. This does not mean the Etruscans never cooperate. They clearly do, at least intermittently, whether in ritual settings, military ventures, or strategic alignments such as moments of partnership with Carthage. But intermittent cooperation is not the same as durable integration. The alliance at Eulalia, for example, shows strategic awareness, yet it also shows a civilization operating through ad hoc coordination, rather than through a permanent unified structure. Such arrangements can win battles. They struggle to manage entire eras of pressure. No single explanation fully accounts for the decline of Etruscan power, but the inability to turn episodic alliance into lasting common policy belongs near the centre of any serious account. The unevenness of Etruscan decline reinforces this pattern. Some cities remain prosperous and politically significant even after peripheral zones begin slipping away. Tarquinia continues to produce rich tombs and strong art. Cerveteri remains influential. Clusium still appears in later regional politics as a place of importance. Veii, before its fall, is a city of immense strength just north of Rome, because the core does not collapse all at once. The sense of collective emergency may never crystallize fully, A city still building, trading, and burying its elite with grandeur can persuade itself that setbacks elsewhere are temporary or peripheral. This is one of the most dangerous illusions available to wealthy societies. Stability at the center can mask erosion at the edges until the edges are suddenly too close. Internal rivalry likely compounds the problem. Etruscan cities do not merely fail to unite against outsiders, they also continue competing with one another for prestige, influence, and territory. The evidence for specific conflicts is often fragmentary, but the broader logic is hard to escape. In a civilization where urban identity is so powerful, and where noble houses gain status partly by outshining neighboring elites, rivalry is not an occasional breakdown. It is a normal condition. A city may be reluctant to strengthen a peer that could later become too dominant. It may prefer a rival to remain weakened, even if that weakness benefits external enemies in the long run. Such calculations are tragically common in history. They do not require foolishness, only short horizons. The Etruscans seem too often caught within them. There may also be a deeper cultural issue in how power is imagined. Etruscan civilization excels at making authority ceremonial, local, visible, and sacred. It is brilliant at the politics of city and household, at the ordering of sanctuaries, tombs, and magistracies, at linking aristocratic status to ritual legitimacy. What it seems less suited to creating is a durable supralocal political machine that can abstract loyalty upward away from city and lineage. Rome, by contrast, gradually becomes very good at exactly this. Roman citizenship, magistracies, alliances, colonies, and military institutions all evolve in ways that allow the city to project itself beyond its original civic scale. The Etruscans never stop being a civilization of strong cities. Rome becomes something more dangerous, a city that learns how to turn itself into a system. It is tempting to search for a single constitutional failure at the heart of all this. Some missing office, missing law, or failed reform that might have saved the Etruscans if only it had appeared in time. History is rarely so tidy. The fracturing of Etruria is not the result of one absent institution. It emerges from geography, economy, aristocratic culture, religious federalism, regional diversity, and the timing of external threats all interacting over centuries. Their cities are spread across very different terrains and strategic worlds. Their wealth comes from different mixes of mining, agriculture, trade, and frontier control. Their local elites are too deeply invested in civic autonomy. Their religious unity is real, but not administratively binding. Their external enemies intensify at different moments in different directions, making unified prioritization difficult. No single explanation fully accounts for this complexity because the complexity itself is the explanation. One lesser-known but important dimension of this fracturing is communication and tempo. In a world without modern state infrastructure, coordination across multiple city-states takes time, and time matters most when threats move quickly or simultaneously. Messages travel by road, river, and sea. Assemblies must be called. Omens may need reading. Local councils must be persuaded. Armies must be raised from distinct communities with their own obligations and calendars. None of this makes Etruscan politics uniquely slow. All ancient politics faces such constraints. But a more unified state can at least shorten decision chains. A looser confederated culture must repeatedly rebuild agreement from below. Under sustained pressure, delay itself becomes a weapon in the hands of rivals. At the same time, the Etruscans are not simply passive victims of their own structure. They continue to adapt, resist, and survive for a long time. Cities fortify, alliances shift, Religious traditions preserve identity, aristocracies recalibrate under pressure. Some communities accommodate changing circumstances more effectively than others. This long survival matters because it reminds us that fragmentation is not instant disintegration. A fractured civilization can remain powerful, cultured, and dangerous for generations. The Etruscans do. Their political weakness is relative, not absolute. They are still fully capable of shaping events well into the period when Rome is rising. The tragedy is not that they suddenly become incapable. It is that their capabilities no longer add up. That failure to add up is perhaps the most revealing phrase for this stage of the story. City by city, the Etruscans remain impressive. Collectively, they are less than the sum required. One city has wealth, but not the right allies. Another has strategic importance but insufficient support. Another has prestige but is too distant from the main pressure point. Another still has manpower but different priorities. Across the whole of Etruria, there is no shortage of assets. Only a shortage of durable concentration. Rome will eventually exploit this with ruthless patience, confronting cities one by one, isolating them, making treaties with some while besieging others, turning local calculations into imperial opportunity. The groundwork for that success is laid here, in the long habit of civic separation. Scholars still debate whether a more unified Etruscan state was ever truly possible. Perhaps the geography and the early development of the cities made it unlikely from the beginning. Perhaps their civilization flourished precisely because it remained polycentric, and would have lost some of its vitality under centralization. Perhaps the timing of external pressures simply became unfortunate enough that even stronger coordination might not have saved them. These are fair cautions. Counterfactual history is always uncertain, but the surviving pattern remains stark. When the age of a local greatness gave way to an age of cumulative territorial rivalry, the Etruscans were poorly placed to make that transition. And yet, from within their cities, this fracture might not have looked like failure at first. The sanctuaries still stood, the tombs were still painted, the bronze mirrors still reflected aristocratic faces, priests still interpreted signs, markets still moved goods. Noble families still measured themselves against one another with all the old intensity. Civilizations often continue performing normality while their strategic position deteriorates. The people living through it do not wake each morning announcing that they are in decline. They wake to particular disputes, local ceremonies, harvest concerns, port traffic, legal arguments, frontier reports. Only in retrospect does the pattern become visible, the slow widening of cracks that no one city can close. That is why the fracturing of Etruria feels so human and so difficult to simplify. There is no one villain, no one bad king, no one disastrous battle from which all else follows. There is instead a civilization superbly adapted to one kind of world and increasingly exposed in another. It has wealth without unity, prestige without centralization, sacred coherence without lasting political consolidation. It remains brilliant. But brilliance scattered across too many proud centers becomes fragile under sustained pressure. By the time the greatest external rival is ready to move decisively, the work of weakening has already been done from within the structure itself. So the old Etruscan order does not shatter in an instant. It loosens, it separates, it begins to react instead of leading. It continues to produce beauty while losing strategic depth. It continues to honor its gods while finding no single policy strong enough to defend all its cities together. The evidence remains incomplete on many details, but the larger outline is hard to miss. What undoes the Etruscans is not a failure of civilization. It is a failure of coordination among civilized powers that remain too attached to their own distinction to survive an age demanding common purpose. Out of that slow fracturing, a different kind of state is preparing its move. By the time Rome turns fully against the Etruscan cities, it is no longer acting like a vulnerable frontier settlement learning from stronger neighbours. It has become something harder, more patient, and more dangerous. This transformation is one of the quiet revolutions of ancient Italy. Rome does not simply grow richer or larger. It develops a political and military discipline that allows it to do what the Etruscans, for all their brilliance, rarely manage consistently. Concentrate effort over time. It can recover from setbacks, bind allies into useful dependence, sustain long campaigns, and turn local wars into steps within a larger design. The Etruscans, by contrast, remain a civilization of powerful cities. Rome becomes a city that learns how to absorb other cities. Once that difference begins to matter, the balance shifts steadily, and what had once been Etruscan influence over Rome becomes Rome's systematic conquest of Etruria. The struggle is long enough that later memory compresses it. Roman history often likes clean turning points, great victories, heroic leaders, and moral clarity. The real process is slower and more wearing. Rome does not overthrow all Etruscan power in one dramatic campaign. It advances city by city, frontier by frontier, combining military pressure with treaty, intimidation, settlement, opportunism, and political isolation. This method suits Rome's strengths perfectly. Where the Etruscan world is divided, Rome can negotiate with one community while threatening another. Where an individual city stands exposed, Rome can focus its force rather than confronting a fully unified civilization. Where aristocratic rivalries complicate cooperation among Etruscan centres, Rome can exploit them. Conquest here is not only a matter of battlefield superiority, it is the patient harvesting of fragmentation. No city better illustrates this turning point than Veii, just north of Rome, close enough to feel almost like a second capital of the region. Veii is one of the richest and most formidable Etruscan cities. Its plateau, fortifications, and command of surrounding territory make it a major rival for control of the southern Etruscan sphere and the Tiber approaches. For generations, Rome and Veii exist in a state of dangerous intimacy, too near each other for indifference, too evenly matched at times for easy domination. The struggle between them belongs to that older world in which central Italy is not yet clearly Roman. But when Rome finally takes Veii in the early 4th century BCE, after a long and famous siege preserved in later tradition, something fundamental changes. Even allowing for Roman embellishment, the importance of the event is unmistakable. The fall of Veii marks more than the defeat of one neighbouring city. It is proof that Rome can destroy or absorb one of the greatest Etruscan powers at close range and survive the effort stronger than before. The Roman stories surrounding Veii are full of heroic framing, especially around figures such as Camillus, and later historians shape the episode into a moral and patriotic triumph. Some details are almost certainly dramatized. Ancient siege narratives often are. Yet beneath the literary ornament lies a real strategic achievement. Rome demonstrates that it can sustain prolonged warfare, commit resources over years, and convert victory into territorial expansion. This is exactly the sort of cumulative state behaviour the Etruscans, as a collection of autonomous cities, struggle to match. Veii's fall gives Rome land, prestige, and security. It also sends a message across Etruria. If Veii can fall, No city can safely assume that age, wealth, or sacred standing alone will preserve it. After Veii, the rhythm of Roman advance becomes harder to resist. This does not mean every Etruscan city collapses immediately, far from it. Some remain independent for generations, others adapt, negotiate, or align with Rome when advantageous. The process remains uneven, and the evidence for many local decisions is fragmentary. But Rome now holds the initiative more clearly than before. It can project power northward and westward from a stronger base. It can use colonies, alliances, and military roads in developing form to secure what it gains. Most importantly, it can think beyond the single campaign. Roman politics, for all their internal conflict, are increasingly organized around a durable expectation of expansion and security through repeated action. Etruscan politics remain more localized. The contrast grows sharper with each decade. This is one reason Rome's conquest of Etruria is better understood as a series of encirclements than as one war. Cities are isolated diplomatically, worn down militarily, or forced into agreements that steadily narrow their independence. Tarquini, Caere, Volsini, Vulci, and others all enter into shifting relationships with Rome over time, sometimes resisting fiercely, sometimes accommodating, sometimes suffering punishment, sometimes securing terms that preserve local structures under Roman supremacy. No single explanation fully accounts for the different fates of different cities. Geography matters, timing matters, internal politics matter. Rome's own strategic priorities matter. Some communities may judge resistance hopeless and seek advantageous submission. Others may gamble on alliances or on Roman distraction elsewhere. But the trend is unmistakable. Roman power becomes the central fact with which every Etruscan city must reckon. Caere offers one of the more revealing examples of the ambiguity of this era. Once a major Etruscan centre with strong maritime and cultural connections, it eventually enters into a famously complex relationship with Rome. Roman memory preserves the phrase "to be enrolled among the Caerites," later associated with a limited or muted civic status, suggesting a relationship neither simply equal nor wholly annihilated. The details are debated, but the broader implication is clear enough. Rome is flexible in conquest. It does not always need to erase a city physically in order to subordinate it politically. This flexibility is one of its great strengths. Where some conquerors destroy, Rome often absorbs, rearranges, grades, and incorporates. Such methods are especially effective against a civilization whose cities already possess strong local identities and institutions. Rather than abolishing those identities at once, Rome can exploit them under a new hierarchy. Tarquini and other cities resist in more openly military ways at various points, and some episodes are remembered in Roman tradition as especially bitter. There are accounts of executions, reprisals, and severe campaigns, though as always the literary tradition mixes fact with moral theatre. What matters most is that Rome does not treat Etruria as a single enemy to be crushed in one universal war. It treats it as a field of successive problems to be managed. This is strategically devastating. A unified Etruscan response might have made conquest much costlier or even impossible at key moments. Instead, each city faces Rome under its own circumstances, often without certainty that neighbours will fully commit to common defence. The old pattern of fracturing, once mostly a background weakness, now becomes the main opening through which conquest advances. Rome's strength in this period is not merely military discipline, though that matters greatly. It is also institutional memory. Defeat teaches Rome without breaking it. Victories are consolidated, Colonies anchor territory, treaties define obligations. Citizenship in varying forms can be extended, withheld, or calibrated. Roads and military movement gradually tighten control. Roman religion, politics, and warfare reinforce one another in a way that turns persistence into policy. The Etruscans once excel at the ceremonial and sacred dimensions of power, but Rome learns how to connect ritual legitimacy to a far more scalable political machine. In a sense, Rome takes some of the tools it learned in the Etruscan world and uses them with colder consistency than their original masters. This is not to say Etruscan cities simply stop fighting or lose all agency. Some remain formidable well into the 3rd century BCE. Volsini, for instance, continues as a wealthy and significant centre until its dramatic subjugation by Rome in the 3rd century. Ancient accounts of its fall include stories of internal social upheaval, slave advancement, and aristocratic appeal to Roman intervention, though these narratives are difficult to parse and may be heavily moralized by later authors. Even so, the episode reveals an important truth. By this stage, Rome can intervene not only as external conqueror, but as arbiter of internal disputes. That is a sign of supremacy more complete than battlefield victory alone. When a former rival becomes the power appealed to in order to settle a city's own crisis, independence is already nearly gone. One lesser known but significant aspect of Roman conquest is how often it preserves useful local knowledge. Rome does not obliterate Etruscan religious expertise. It continues consulting Etruscan diviners. It does not erase every aristocratic family. Many local elites are absorbed into new frameworks of status and service. It does not strip the landscape of all earlier sacred meaning. Temples, cults, and civic centres often continue under altered political masters. This selective preservation is not kindness. It is intelligence. Rome understands that absorbing a civilization is often more profitable than destroying it completely. The Etruscans are therefore conquered not only by force, but by being made useful within a Roman order that grows around them. And this creates one of the deepest ironies in the whole story. Rome conquers the Etruscans by means partly shaped through long contact with them. It defeats a civilization of cities using urban methods of control refined in the same central Italian world the Etruscans helped define. It uses symbols, rituals, engineering habits, and political staging that owe something to the older culture, even as it subordinates that culture's surviving independence. The conquered become part of the conqueror's equipment. History is full of such reversals, but few are so foundational. Rome does not rise after the Etruscans as though replacing a vanished world. It rises through them and then over them. Scholars still debate the precise chronology and local dynamics of Rome's domination over individual Etruscan cities, and the evidence remains incomplete in many places. Some treaties are obscure, some campaigns are known only through much later literary tradition. Archaeological layers do not always align neatly with narrative accounts. It is wise, therefore, to resist overly smooth reconstructions. Yet even with these uncertainties, the larger movement is beyond serious doubt. From the 4th century BCE onward, Rome increasingly becomes the decisive power in central Italy, and Etruscan autonomy narrows accordingly. By the time Rome is ready to confront larger enemies beyond Etruria, it has already learned one of its most important lessons: how to dismantle a culturally sophisticated rival, not by one annihilating strike, but by steady, administrative conquest. The human cost of this process is easy to overlook because the cities themselves often survive. Walls remain, sanctuaries continue, tombs are still visited, fields are still worked, markets still function. But political independence is not a small thing to lose. For aristocratic houses long accustomed to ruling within their own sacred and civic traditions, Roman supremacy means adaptation, humiliation, compromise, or disappearance. For local institutions, it means answering increasingly to an outside power. For language and memory, it means that the future will be written more and more in Latin terms. The conquest may be gradual, but gradual conquest still changes everything. And yet, because it is gradual, it can also feel less dramatic than it truly is. There is no single flaming end to Etruscan civilization, as there is in modern fantasies of lost worlds swallowed overnight. There is something more historically common and perhaps more unsettling. A great culture is mastered step by a neighbour it once influenced. One city falls, another submits, another bargains, another is reorganized, another appeals to Rome against its own internal enemies. Across generations, what had once been a constellation of proud autonomous centres becomes a set of local communities inside a Roman system. The process is effective precisely because it is not always spectacular. So Rome learns, and then Rome conquers. It learns urbanism, ritual gravity, symbols of office, sacred procedure, and the art of making power visible. Then it turns those lessons toward a more relentless purpose. Veii falls. Other cities follow in different ways. Etruria is not erased at once, but it is enclosed, subordinated, and gradually translated into Roman power. The wolf that once grew in the shadow of Etruscan cities no longer needs their shelter. It has learned enough. And when it turns on the older civilization that helped shape it, it does so with the patient certainty of a state already preparing for a much larger destiny. Even as Rome takes the cities, the Etruscans retain one thing that conquest cannot easily solve. Their language remains on stone, metal, pottery, sarcophagi, mirrors, and grave markers, visible enough to prove a long literary and administrative habit, yet elusive enough that much of its deeper meaning slips beyond recovery. It is one of the strangest afterlives in ancient history. The Etruscans do not survive to us through epics, speeches, law codes, or philosophical texts preserved in full, as Greek and Latin do. Instead, they survive through fragments, thousands of them, often short and formulaic, enough to make the language present, but not enough to make it transparent. The result is a civilization that can still almost be heard. Its words remain before us, but many arrive as if through a wall, close enough to recognize the cadence of a human voice, too distant to catch the whole sentence. This silence is not absolute. Scholars know far more about Etruscan than older generations once did. The script is readable because it derives from alphabetic forms adapted from Greek, and many inscriptions can be pronounced with reasonable confidence. Names, family relationships, dedicatory formulas, funerary phrases, grammatical endings, certain titles, and some religious or civic terms are understood. Repetition helps, context helps, bilingual inscriptions, loanwords into Latin, and occasional glosses in ancient authors help. The problem is not that the language is wholly undeciphered in the dramatic popular sense, as if every inscription were still a mystery. The problem is that the surviving corpus is too uneven, too short, and too specialized to unlock the full range of Etruscan thought. We can often identify what kind of text we're looking at. We much more rarely recover everything it wants to say. This partial legibility creates a peculiar tension. A funerary inscription may tell us the name of the deceased, the parentage, perhaps the office held, perhaps the age at death, and something of the family line. A dedication may identify the donor and the deity. A mirror engraving may label mythological figures. These are not trivial gains. They let us map kinship, rank, regional habits of naming, and the persistence of certain religious traditions. Yet the larger literary world behind those inscriptions is mostly gone. Ancient writers mention Etruscan books, especially religious texts and ritual lore. Roman authors later refer to Etruscan disciplines dealing with lightning, divination, sacred order, and ritual interpretation. This strongly suggests that Etruscan intellectual culture once had a much fuller written form. The loss is therefore not a matter of illiteracy. It is a matter of preservation. A civilization that wrote enough to organize religion and public memory leaves behind only scattered leaves of its verbal world. That loss matters because language is more than communication. It is the deepest carrier of nuance, category, worldview, and self-description. Through Latin and Greek, we can follow political theory, humor, insult, law, prayer, philosophy, and narrative. Through Etruscan, we often get names and formulas, the skeleton without all the muscle. Scholars still debate many key words, grammatical structures, and the full meaning of longer texts, even where translation is possible in outline. Tone often remains uncertain. Was a phrase legal, ceremonial, affectionate, archaic, or poetic? Was a title civic, priestly, aristocratic, or all three at once? The evidence remains incomplete, and no single breakthrough has solved the problem fully because the corpus itself is limited in exactly the wrong ways. It preserves frequent repetition, but not enough variety. The surviving longer texts therefore acquire enormous significance. The Liber Linteus, preserved in the wrapping of an Egyptian mummy in one of Archaeology's stranger journeys, is the longest known Etruscan text. Its survival is almost absurd in its improbability. A linen book written in Italy finds its way to Egypt, is reused as mummy wrappings, and centuries later becomes one of the main sources for a language otherwise preserved mostly in shorter inscriptions. Scholars generally interpret it as a ritual or calendrical text, probably religious in character, because of its repetitive structure and the recurrence of terms associated with dates, offerings, and sacred actions. Yet even here, understanding remains partial. The text yields patterns more readily than total clarity. It reveals that Etruscan writing once extended well beyond tomb labels and dedications, but it does not restore the whole lost library behind it. The Tabula Capuana, another substantial text, appears also to concern ritual matters, perhaps sacred prescriptions or calendrical observances. The Piacenza liver, a bronze model of a sheep's liver marked with inscriptions, provides an extraordinary glimpse into the formalized world of Etruscan divination, showing how the heavens and divine powers could be mapped onto sacrificial interpretation. This object, though not a text in the literary sense, tells us something essential about how writing, religion, and expertise overlap in Etruscan culture. The language survives where precision matters most, in naming divine sectors, ritual categories, and the ordered reading of signs. This fits what Roman authors later say about Etruscan religious science. Even when we cannot recover every word with certainty, we can see the structure of a learned tradition at work. What makes the language feel especially haunting is its difference from most surrounding languages of ancient Italy. Etruscan is not Indo-European, and that fact long encouraged exaggerated theories about exotic origins. Yet linguistic isolation in later historical visibility does not mean the language floated in from nowhere. It may preserve an older layer of the peninsula's past, or connect to a broader but poorly attested language family including Raetic in the Alpine region, and the language glimpsed in the Lemnian inscriptions of the Aegean. These links remain debated. They are suggestive rather than conclusive. What matters for the lived history of Italy is that the Etruscans speak differently from the peoples who will eventually surround and absorb them. In practical terms, this means that language becomes one of the clearest markers of Etruscan distinctiveness, and later one of the clearest signs of what is being lost. Because the script is alphabetic and the inscriptions are so numerous, there is sometimes a misunderstanding in popular culture that Etruscan must be nearly deciphered in the way Latin is, and that scholars are somehow withholding the final answer. The truth is both simpler and sadder. There is no secret key left unused. The limits come from the evidence itself. Most inscriptions are short, many are funerary. Longer texts are rare. There is no Etruscan equivalent of a great historical chronicle. Preserved in large sections, that could provide broad vocabulary in many contexts. There is no Rosetta Stone pairing a long Etruscan text with a fully understood language line by line. Knowledge accumulates slowly through careful comparison, not dramatic revelation. This is why the language has remained partly in shadow for so long. It is not a puzzle waiting for one heroic solution. It is a broken archive. Yet even a broken archive can tell remarkable things. From inscriptions, we can trace family names across generations and cities. We can observe the importance of lineage and the naming of both parents in some contexts, including mothers, which has rightly drawn attention because it may reflect aspects of family identity presented more visibly than in some neighbouring cultures. We can identify magistracies and priestly roles in outline. We can watch the spread of writing through civic, religious, and funerary life. We can also see regional variation, suggesting that Etruscan was not a rigidly uniform language, but had local habits and developments, as living languages do. These small recoveries matter. They restore texture where total translation is impossible. The Roman conquest does not immediately erase the language. Etruscan continues to be written and spoken for centuries after political independence declines, especially in local and ritual contexts. This prolonged survival is important because it reminds us that conquest and language death are not simultaneous. A city may lose sovereignty and still keep its speech, at least for a time. Priestly traditions may preserve specialized vocabulary even as ordinary life becomes increasingly bilingual or Latinized. Elite families may continue naming themselves in ancestral forms while entering Roman political frameworks. The process is slow, uneven, and deeply human. Languages usually do not vanish in one season. They narrow, they retreat. They become markers of locality, ritual, old-fashioned prestige, or stubborn memory before finally falling silent. By the late Republic and early Empire, Etruscan has become increasingly marginal, though not wholly forgotten. Roman scholars show antiquarian interest in it. Some religious specialists still consult old traditions. Emperors and aristocrats with an appetite for ancient lore occasionally cultivate knowledge of Etruscan ritual. There are even hints that the Emperor Claudius took serious interest in Etruscan history and language, though his works on the subject are lost. This is one of those quiet tragedies of transmission. The civilization remains important enough to be studied by Romans. Yet the Roman studies that might have preserved much more of it largely disappear as well. The silence deepens not only because the Etruscans are absorbed, but because the later world fails to keep safe even the records of their absorption. One lesser-known aspect of the language's disappearance is how thoroughly Latin can absorb without visibly announcing what has been lost. Many Etruscan words pass into Latin, especially in areas of religion, public life, and material culture. Some names survive. Some local terms linger in place names or family traditions. But once the main medium of literacy and administration becomes Latin, the Etruscan verbal world loses its institutional base. Temples may still stand. Tombs may still be known. Old lineages may still claim ancient dignity, yet without schools, public offices, and living literary transmission, a language contracts toward extinction. This is not merely the replacement of one vocabulary by another, it is the collapse of a distinct way of classifying reality. And here the silence becomes almost symbolic of the larger fate of the civilization. The Etruscans are not wholly unreadable, just as they are not wholly vanished. We know enough to recognize their force. We know enough to see that they shaped Rome, ruled wide parts of Italy, cultivated a sophisticated religious science, and built a rich urban world. But we do not know enough to let them narrate themselves fully. Their own phrases survive in shards. Their deities often come to us filtered through Roman equivalents. Their political institutions are reconstructed through archaeology and outsider reports. Their most intimate verbal register, the language in which parents spoke to children, priests instructed novices, magistrates argued, lovers joked, and poets perhaps once wrote, remains mostly out of reach. That may be the deepest loss of all. Scholars still debate many major points of grammar and vocabulary, and new inscriptions or improved readings can always refine the picture. But the broad reality is unlikely to change dramatically unless some wholly unexpected cache of texts appears. The evidence remains incomplete, and that incompleteness is now part of the story. The Etruscan language has become one of the clearest examples of how a civilization can survive materially while losing its most self-explanatory medium. Stones remain, words remain, meaning remains, but only in pieces. So when one stands before an inscription from Tarquinia or Cerveteri, the experience is almost painfully close to conversation. The letters are there. The names are there. The hand that cut them was deliberate. Someone expected to be understood. Someone assumed a community of readers would know the family, the title, the prayer, the formula, the place of the dead within the order of the living. That community existed once as naturally as any living town exists now. Then it thinned, shifted into Latin, and finally disappeared. What remains is not total silence, but a diminished voice, the echo of a people speaking from beneath the civilization that replaced them. In that echo lies one of the most moving truths about the forgotten rulers of pre-Roman Italy. They are still legible enough to prove they were here, and still obscure enough to remind us how much of even a great civilization can slip away when its language no longer has a world to live in. If the Etruscans remain partly hidden in language, they remain startlingly present in the earth. Long after their political independence fades and their speech begins to narrow into silence, the ground of central Italy keeps yielding them back in fragments vivid enough to alter the story again and again. This is one of the reasons the civilization never stays fully buried. Every generation that digs seems to find another chamber, another inscription, another painted wall, another temple foundation, another deposit of offerings, another reminder that the world beneath Roman Italy is older, denser, and less obedient to later memory than Roman literature prefers to admit. Archaeology does not solve every mystery. It rarely gives the simple answers people want. But it has transformed the Etruscans from a shadowy footnote in hostile or condescending ancient texts into a civilization with streets, houses, ports, shrines, workshops, cemeteries, and landscapes that can be mapped, compared, and touched. This recovery begins unevenly, for centuries, tombs are opened by accident, robbed for valuables, or stripped of portable beauty before anyone thinks to document what the arrangement itself might mean. Antiquarian curiosity comes early, but careful archaeology is much later. By the 19th and 20th centuries, however, the excavation of sites such as Tarquinia, Cerveteri, Veii, Vulci, and Poggio Civitate begins to produce a far richer picture of Etruscan life. The effect is cumulative. No single discovery restores the civilization whole. Instead, each site contributes a different angle. Painted tombs reveal elite self-image. Sanctuaries reveal ritual practice. Habitation zones reveal domestic life and urban planning. Ports reveal trade. And workshop debris reveals the material engines of wealth. What the earth still keeps is therefore not one grand lost city waiting to be uncovered in theatrical fashion, but an entire distributed world whose details accumulate slowly into force. Tarquinia remains among the most visually extraordinary of these recoveries because of its tomb paintings. Here archaeology rescues not just artifacts, but atmosphere. Colour survives, gesture survives, feasting, music, athletics, and processional movements survive in a way that breaks through the usual dryness of ancient remains. Even so, the tombs alone would risk giving a distorted picture if they were all we had. They preserve elite memory, not the whole of society. That is why the broader archaeological expansion matters so much. At Cerveteri, the great necropolis reveals how deeply the logic of urban planning and family continuity reaches into burial. At Veii, settlement remains, roads, defensive works, and sanctuaries show the scale of one of Rome's greatest rivals. At Poggio Civitate, the remains of a monumental complex from the Orientalizing and archaic periods have radically enriched understanding of aristocratic power, production, and ceremony in inland Etruria. Instead of a civilization known only through graves, the Etruscans emerge as builders of sophisticated institutional spaces above ground as well. Temple archaeology has been especially important in correcting older misconceptions, because Etruscan sacred architecture often relied heavily on timber, mud brick, and terracotta rather than the monumental stone forms better preserved in some Greek contexts. Earlier generations could underestimate its scale and brilliance. Yet the surviving foundations, roof systems, decorative terracottas, and sculptural fragments reveal a religious architecture of extraordinary visual force. The painted and moulded terracotta figures that once crowned rooflines or adorned temple fronts show how intensely colourful and dynamic these buildings must have been. The famous Apollo of Veii, with its striding energy and sharp archaic vitality, is one of the clearest survivals of this world. It reminds us that Etruscan religious spaces are not austere or static. They are theatrical, commanding, and fully integrated into a civic landscape where sacred display and political legitimacy reinforce one another. Sanctuaries also offer something tombs cannot always provide: evidence of collective ritual beyond elite burial. Votive deposits, altars, inscriptions, and architectural phases show repeated acts of offering and renewal over long periods. At places like Pyrgi, the port sanctuary associated with Cerveteri, archaeology reveals a world tied not only to local devotion, but also to Mediterranean contact. The famous gold tablets from Pyrgi, inscribed in both Etruscan and Phoenician, are especially important because they provide rare bilingual evidence and attest to the cosmopolitan religious environment of an Etruscan port. They also reveal how public and international some Etruscan cult practice can be. This is not a closed inland religion sealed off from foreign influence. It is a sacred world operating in dialogue with wider maritime networks, capable of monumental display and diplomatic visibility. Ports and coastal sites have similarly complicated the old picture. For a long time, popular imagination favoured the tombs and inland hill cities because they were dramatic and easier to romanticise. Archaeology has increasingly emphasised that Etruria is also maritime, industrial, and infrastructural. The site of Populonia and its surrounding slag deposits make plain the scale of metal processing associated with iron from Elba. Harbour zones, anchorage evidence, amphora distributions, imported ceramics, and transport installations all point toward a civilization deeply invested in movement and exchange. This matters because it grounds the old literary references to Etruscan seafaring in material reality. The sea is not just something Greek writers complain about. It is built into the archaeological skeleton of Etruscan power. Habitation archaeology adds another necessary corrective. Houses are harder to preserve than tombs, but where settlement levels have been excavated carefully, they show a range of domestic arrangements from elite residences to more modest structures. Courtyards, hearths, storage areas, weaving equipment, cooking wares, drainage systems, and street alignments help reconstruct ordinary rhythms too often hidden behind aristocratic burial display. The evidence remains patchier than one might wish, and preservation is uneven, but what survives in the records suggests urban communities that are fully inhabited and functionally complex. Children grew up in these cities, food was processed and shared, cloth was spun and woven, water had to be carried, directed, stored, and drained. Animals moved through household economies. Workshops sat close to domestic space. The Etruscans become less like the decorative dead and more like a living society under archaeological scrutiny. One of the most revealing aspects of recent archaeology is how it can expose change over time within the same site. An Etruscan city is not one frozen image. Buildings are rebuilt, streets shift, sanctuaries expand, burial customs evolve, trade signatures alter, and Roman layers eventually intrude or absorb earlier ones. This temporal depth matters because it resists the common temptation to speak of the Etruscans as though they lived unchanged for centuries. Tarquinia in the 7th century BCE is not identical to Tarquinia in the 4th. Veii before Roman conquest is not Veii under Roman pressure. The evidence remains incomplete, but stratigraphy and phased excavation allow historians to track adaptation, stress, and continuity with much greater precision than literary tradition alone ever could. Scientific methods have sharpened this picture further. Archaeobotany reveals crops and plant use. Zooarchaeology clarifies animal husbandry, diet, and ritual deposition. Isotopic studies can illuminate mobility and origin. Metallurgical analysis reconstructs ore sources, smelting techniques, and workshop practices. Bioarchaeology provides evidence for health, disease, trauma, and labour stress. Ground-penetrating survey and remote sensing reveal buried urban plans without full excavation. None of these methods is glamorous in the old treasure-hunting sense, yet together they have been transformative. They turn the Etruscans from an aesthetic mystery into a historical population whose bodies, environments, and technologies can be studied in detail. Scholars still debate many interpretations, of course, and no single line of evidence settles every question, but the overall direction is unmistakable. The Earth is not merely yielding objects. It is yielding systems. One lesser-known but especially important contribution of archaeology has been to restore the scale of Etruscan craftsmanship in everyday materials. Terracotta plaques, loom weights, spindle whorls, coarse wares, storage jars, industrial debris, and building materials lack the glamour of gold jewellery or painted tombs. Yet they are often the most revealing traces of daily life and organised production. They show that Etruscan sophistication is not confined to luxury. It runs through the ordinary infrastructures of living roofing, weaving, cooking, storage, drainage, and localised workshop economies. This is crucial because civilizations are not sustained by beauty alone. They endure through repeated practical competence. Archaeology makes that competence visible. The same is true of rural landscapes. Survey archaeology has shown that Etruscan civilization depends not only on monumental cities, but on a dense countryside of farms, estates, minor sanctuaries, roads, extraction sites, and smaller settlements linked to larger centres. This rural network is easy to forget when the eye is captured by necropolises and temple sculpture. Yet no city-state thrives in isolation from its hinterland. The distribution of ceramics, field systems, agricultural installations, and rural habitations reveals how deeply Etruscan power reaches into the management of land itself. It also helps explain both prosperity and vulnerability. A rich countryside can support urban magnificence, but it also becomes a target and a pressure point when political fortunes shift. Archaeology has also complicated the story of decline. Rather than showing a sudden disappearance, many sites reveal continuity under changing political conditions. Roman material gradually enters. Local forms persist alongside imported ones. Sanctuaries continue in altered usage. Some elite habits adapt rather than vanish. This material continuity supports what literary evidence also suggests the Etruscans are not erased in one catastrophe. They are absorbed, translated, reclassified, and slowly transformed. The ground preserves this process far better than later Roman triumphal narratives do. Layers do not lie in the same way texts sometimes do. They show reuse, adaptation, interruption, and persistence without needing to flatter a conqueror. And yet archaeology has its own silences. It preserves what survives materially, not everything that mattered emotionally or verbally. A temple foundation can reveal scale, but not every prayer spoken there. A loom weight can attest to textile work, but not the stories exchanged while weaving. A grave assemblage can show status and ritual choices, but not every grief. Even the most careful excavation cannot wholly replace lost literature or living speech. The evidence remains incomplete, and responsible interpretation must keep that limit in view. Archaeology is powerful precisely because it is concrete, but it is never omniscient. Still, what the earth has yielded is enough to change the moral balance of memory. The Etruscans no longer depend entirely on Roman or Greek description to exist historically. Their own cities, sanctuaries, industries, and cemeteries testify on their behalf. The old image of a vaguely exotic people known mostly for omens and luxury has given way to something far more substantial, a regional civilization of enormous sophistication, long duration, and decisive importance in shaping pre-Roman Italy. Their roads cut through tough. Their roof ornaments still carry painted force. Their votive deposits still hold the residue of prayer. Their slag heaps still speak of industrial ambition. Their painted tombs still refuse to let the dead become abstract. Perhaps that is the most remarkable thing archaeology has done. It has made the Etruscans difficult to dismiss. They are no longer just the mysterious predecessors of Rome, dimly visible behind a louder civilization. They occupy real ground in the historical imagination now because they occupied real ground in Italy with extraordinary intensity. Every excavated necropolis, every temple podium, every harbour deposit, every workshop floor. Every reused inscription or shattered bronze fragment adds weight to that reality. The forgotten civilization did not vanish into legend. It remained where it had always been, beneath fields, under medieval towns, inside museum storerooms, in cut rock and buried ash, waiting for patient hands to notice that Roman Italy was built over another world not yet finished speaking. So the earth still keeps them, but not in silence anymore. It keeps their walls and roadbeds, their sanctuaries and slag, their offerings and household debris, their painted chambers and broken roofs, their names scratched on pottery and cast into bronze. It keeps enough to show that the civilization before Rome was not primitive, accidental, or peripheral. It was urban, wealthy, ritualized, technically skilled, and entangled with the wider Mediterranean in ways that modern excavation continues to reveal. Each trench opened in Etruscan soil widens the same unsettling realization beneath the civilization that wrote history most successfully lies another one that once ruled the land, shaped the future, and left so much of itself in the ground that it can never again be dismissed as a rumour of the past. What happened to the Etruscans in the end is less dramatic than disappearance, and, for that reason, more difficult to see clearly. Civilizations that collapse in fire leave ruins easy to admire. Civilizations that are absorbed leave something stranger. Their cities remain inhabited. Their gods are renamed rather than abolished. Their noble families adapt or are replaced gradually. Their customs survive in altered form. Their language retreats instead of exploding into silence all at once. Their roads are still walked, their sanctuaries still approached, their dead still lying beneath the same hills, while the political name above them changes. This is the fate of the Etruscans. They are not erased in one catastrophe. They are absorbed into Rome so thoroughly that much of what made Rome recognizable in central Italy already carries an Etruscan shadow inside it. The conquest is real, but so is the inheritance. The result is not pure destruction. It is a takeover so complete that later generations begin mistaking the borrowed foundations for Roman originals. By the 3rd century BCE, the major Etruscan cities have either been defeated, subordinated, allied under Roman supremacy, or drawn into increasingly unequal relationships with the expanding Roman state. Yet even at this stage, local identities remain strong. People in Tarquini, Caere, Perugia, Volsini, Clusium, and elsewhere do not wake up one morning feeling ethnically dissolved. Civic memory is durable. Sacred places remain where they have always been. Elite tombs still line familiar roads. Families still know their names and lineages. The process of Romanization, if that term is to be used carefully, is therefore not simply the imposition of foreign habits on passive communities. It is a long negotiation conducted under unequal power. Local customs survive where useful, fade where institutions disappear, and hybrid forms multiply everywhere. Rome does not conquer empty ground. It conquers societies capable of persistence. One of the clearest signs of absorption is the gradual shift in language. Latin grows in importance because it becomes the language of administration, law, military obligation, trade networks, and wider opportunity inside the Roman system. Etruscan remains in ritual, family, and local usage for a long time, but languages without a broad institutional future tend eventually to narrow. This narrowing is not only linguistic, it changes memory itself. Once public life is increasingly conducted in Latin, the stories a city tells about itself begin to pass through Roman categories. The past is still there, but the vocabulary used to frame it alters. A sanctuary once explained through Etruscan sacred logic may continue functioning while being redescribed in Latin terms. A magistracy may survive in transformed form. A local god may be matched with a Roman equivalent. The older world is not wholly denied, it is translated. And translation is one of the most effective forms of erasure because it allows continuity and forgetting to happen at the same time. Nowhere is this more visible than in religion. Rome has a habit of absorbing the sacred rather than annihilating it outright. The Etruscans remain respected in certain religious fields, especially divination, long after they cease to be independent political powers. Roman elites continued to consult haruspices trained in Etruscan traditions. Sacred books or disciplines associated with Etruscan ritual science remain part of the Roman imagination for centuries. This is remarkable. It means that even after Rome conquers Etruria materially, it still treats Etruscan expertise as authoritative in matters touching divine order. Yet this very respect contributes to the larger absorption. Once Etruscan ritual becomes a branch of Roman religious knowledge, it survives, but no longer as the exclusive possession of a sovereign civilization. It becomes a resource within Rome's intellectual empire. The same pattern appears in urban and political life. Etruscan cities are not usually obliterated and replaced with entirely new Roman foundations. Many continue as important local centres within Roman territory. Their walls, roads, and civic spaces remain useful. Their elites, when willing or able, can be integrated into Roman frameworks of status. Over time, some families likely reinvent themselves as Roman municipal nobility, while still trading on ancient local prestige. Tomb inscriptions shift. Naming patterns change. Public honours increasingly reflect Roman office and Roman political hierarchy. But beneath these alterations lie older civic skeletons. A Roman traveller moving through Etruria in later centuries would still be walking in a landscape shaped by Etruscan choices, even if the official language and governing structures had become Roman. This is why the idea that the Etruscans simply vanished is so misleading. They vanish as an independent political civilization. Yes, they do not vanish as people in any sudden biological sense. They are absorbed into the population of Roman Italy. Their descendants continue living in the same regions, farming the same land, inhabiting the same towns, and entering the same imperial systems as other Italians. Ancient ethnonyms fade, but populations rarely evaporate. Modern genetic evidence, though not capable of telling a full cultural story on its own, is consistent with this broad continuity. The people of Etruria are not removed from history. They are folded into it under a new name. What is lost is not physical presence so much as autonomous cultural framing. Yet something profound does disappear. Once a people no longer speaks its own language widely, no longer governs itself through its own institutions, and no longer narrates its past in its own terms, it becomes vulnerable to being remembered only through the account of its conqueror. This is exactly what happens. Roman authors preserve important information about the Etruscans, but they do so selectively and from Roman priorities. They are interested in Etruscan origins when origins illuminate Roman identity. They are interested in Etruscan ritual when ritual remains useful or curious. They are interested in Etruscan kings when those kings help dramatize the moral growth of Rome from monarchy to republic. They are far less interested in preserving Etruscan self-understanding as such. The result is an asymmetrical memory. Rome inherits Etruria, and then tells the story in a way that makes inheritance look like Roman destiny rather than historical contingency. One of the more striking examples of this transformation is the fate of symbols, the fasces, curule chair, triumphal regalia, temple forms, and sacred procedures that once belong in part to an Etruscan world become so thoroughly Roman in later imagination that their older associations fade almost completely. This is a special kind of conquest. It does not merely seize territory, it seizes attribution. Once the prestige of Rome covers the object, few later observers bother asking where the object came from. The symbol keeps functioning, but its origin disappears from common awareness. The same can happen with engineering habits, urban planning concepts, and even broader assumptions about how authority should be staged in central Italy. The Etruscans survive inside Rome most powerfully where they cease to be recognized as separate. The city of Volsini offers a revealing and rather unsettling example of how absorption can work. After its subjugation, the old settlement is reportedly replaced or reorganized, and the famous transfer of the cult statue of Voltumna or associated sacred prestige into a Roman frame reflects the same wider process. Even where details remain debated, the lesson is clear. Rome can relocate, reorder, and redefine the political and sacred geography of Etruscan communities. A city may continue, but under altered terms; a god may continue, but under new custodianship or new interpretation; an elite may continue, but through Roman office rather than Etruscan sovereignty. Continuity remains visible, yet control has shifted decisively elsewhere. A lesser-known but important dimension of this absorption is the municipal future of Etruria under Rome. Once incorporated into the Roman state, Etruscan regions do not become dead provinces of memory alone. They contribute to Roman Italy as productive agricultural zones, as sites of old aristocratic prestige, as reservoirs of local cult tradition, and eventually as integrated communities whose inhabitants can participate in wider Roman political life. By the late Republic and early Empire, some of these cities are thoroughly embedded in Roman systems while still preserving traces of local distinction. Inscriptions in Latin may record offices held by men whose ancestral roots lie in old Etruscan lineages. Local myths continue. Sanctuaries endure. Festivals may preserve ancient rhythms beneath Latin names. This is the ordinary afterlife of conquest, less dramatic than ruin and more powerful than nostalgia. And still, over time, memory thins. The more successful Rome becomes, the harder it is for earlier civilizations in Italy to remain visible in their own right. Imperial ideology and Latin literature shift attention outward, toward conquest of Gaul, Carthage, Greece, the East. The old struggles within central Italy become foundational myths rather than living concerns. Etruria becomes part of Italy, and Italy becomes the heartland of empire. In such a world, local antiquity survives chiefly as an antiquarian curiosity. Learned Romans may discuss the old Etruscan disciplines. Emperors like Claudius may show interest in Etruscan history. Priestly experts may preserve fragments of ritual knowledge. But for most people within the Roman world, the Etruscans belong to a deep past already filtered through Rome's own triumph. This is why archaeology matters so much now. Without it, the Etruscans would be remembered chiefly as Rome chose to remember them: ancient, strange, useful, and superseded. Archaeology restores the scale of what was absorbed. It shows that beneath Roman Tuscany and Lazio once stood a civilization no less urban for being earlier, no less sophisticated for lacking a later empire, no less formative because its name faded. The painted tombs, terracotta temples, metal workshops, harbour sanctuaries, and great necropolises all push back against the Roman simplification. They reveal absorption not as the natural succession of a lesser people by a greater one, but as the incorporation of one major civilization into another, and perhaps that is the true shape of Etruscan legacy. Not a vanished race, not a lost Atlantis, not a mysterious exception, but a foundational civilization whose greatest monuments are partly hidden in plain sight. Rome's early urban grandeur, much of its ritual grammar, some of its symbols of office, part of its aristocratic display, and even the alphabetic route by which Latin literacy enters Italy, all bear Etruscan marks. The civilization that later generations celebrate as uniquely Roman is, in important ways, composite from the beginning. The Etruscans are among the strongest threads in that composition. They are remembered least where they mattered most, because their success was converted into Roman identity so thoroughly that later ages forgot it had ever been converted. Scholars still debate details of this transformation. How much survived locally in specific cities? How quickly did language retreat? Which cults remained meaningfully Etruscan under Roman rule and which became only Roman by another name? How much of elite continuity can be traced from pre-conquest lineages into Roman municipal life? The evidence remains incomplete, and every site preserves a different rhythm of change. But no single uncertainty alters the broader truth. The Etruscans do not disappear in flames. They are absorbed by a civilization they helped shape, and in that absorption they are both preserved and obscured. That dual fate is what makes them so haunting. To be erased is tragic. To be absorbed is subtler. It means surviving everywhere and nowhere at once. Their descendants live on. Their cities remain. Their sacred knowledge continues in fragments. Their symbols march beneath Roman standards. Their architectural habits stand beneath Roman temples. Their language lingers for a time and then falls quiet. The name Etruscan slowly recedes, but the civilization does not wholly die. It becomes the ghost within Rome, the older pulse inside the conqueror's body. The forgotten civilization that ruled Italy before Rome is forgotten not because it left no legacy, but because its legacy became inseparable from the civilization that replaced it. That is a deeper disappearance than ruin, and a more enduring one. It is not the vanishing of stone. It is the vanishing of recognition. Even after centuries of excavation, translation, and argument, the Etruscans still seem to stand half a step beyond full recovery. This is not because they are unreal, and not because the evidence is too slight to matter. In some ways, the opposite is true. There is so much evidence, spread across tombs, sanctuaries, ports, inscriptions, workshops, landscapes, and Roman memory, that the civilization can feel more elusive precisely because it appears in so many forms at once. They are not hidden in the way a lost city under jungle canopy is hidden. They are hidden in plain sight, underneath later names, inside Roman institutions, beneath medieval streets, in museum cases labelled by fragments, in the language of divination, in the foundations of Italian cities that long ago forgot who first taught them how to become urban. The ghost beneath Italy is not a metaphor chosen for atmosphere alone. It is an accurate description of how the Etruscans survive, not absent. But underlying, to follow them through the record is to enter a world where certainty always has edges. We know they dominate much of central Italy before Rome. We know their cities are rich, their metallurgy formidable, their maritime reach significant, their funerary art unforgettable, and their influence on early Rome profound. We know they are neither a fantasy people nor a mere appendix to Roman greatness. Yet just as the picture begins to sharpen, it blurs again. Their language opens and then resists. Their origins are clearer than they once were. but not simple enough to satisfy old habits of explanation. Their religion is visible in structure, yet partly closed in meaning. Their political life is legible in broad form, yet often obscure in daily mechanism. Scholars still debate chronology, institutional details, and the weight of competing causes in their rise and decline. The evidence remains incomplete, and perhaps it always will. What survives in the record suggests not one grand solution, but a civilization that must be understood through accumulation. That accumulation itself tells a story. Once, the Etruscans are remembered largely through outsiders who admire, resent, borrow from, or condescend to them. Then archaeology begins bringing back their own material voice. Tombs reveal self-image. Sanctuaries reveal communal devotion. Industrial remains reveal disciplined extraction and production. Settlements reveal ordinary life and urban scale. Inscriptions preserve names and offices. Bilingual texts and ritual objects offer narrow but precious windows into thought. Genetic and archaeological continuity soften the old fantasies of exotic migration and replace them with something more grounded, a people deeply rooted in Italian soil, shaped by long local development and wide Mediterranean exchange. The modern image of the Etruscans is therefore not a single discovery, but a correction made over generations, layer by layer, until the civilization beneath Rome becomes impossible to ignore. And still the old fascination remains, because the Etruscans occupy one of history's most compelling thresholds. They are not prehistoric enough to be wholly mute, nor literate enough in surviving form to speak freely. They are not so distant from Rome as to belong to another world, nor so absorbed by Rome that their difference disappears entirely. They exist in that difficult interval where influence is undeniable, but self-explanation is fragmentary. This is one reason they continue to inspire both scholarship and speculation. People are drawn to civilizations that feel almost retrievable. The Etruscans offer exactly that sensation. Their painted walls seem close enough to conversation. Their inscriptions seem almost readable in full. Their cities seem one excavation away from clarifying everything. Yet every answer opens another area of doubt. The result is not frustration alone. It is a kind of historical gravity. Part of that gravity comes from what the Etruscans reveal about Rome itself. Rome prefers to appear original, disciplined, fated. It tells stories in which kingship is overcome, republic emerges, conquest proves moral strength, and the city's greatness unfolds with a kind of stern inevitability. The Etruscans disturb that story. They remind us that Rome begins as a learner in a region already civilized by others. They show that Roman public power, ritual seriousness, urban form, and symbols of office do not spring fully formed from Latin soil without precedent. Rome grows within an Etruscan-shaped environment and takes from it more than later Roman pride comfortably admits. To recover the Etruscans is therefore not only to restore one forgotten people, it is to complicate one of the most successful origin stories ever written. The Etruscans also reveal something more general and more unsettling about civilization itself. They show how a society can be foundational and still lose control of its memory. They mine, trade, build, legislate sacred order, bury their dead magnificently, influence their greatest neighbour, and dominate a landscape for centuries. Yet later history lets another people inherit the credit for much that once made them powerful. This is not unique in human history, but it is unusually clear here. The record preserves both the making and the masking. We can watch an older civilization become the framework for a successor, and then watch the successor's fame cast such a deep shadow that the framework nearly disappears from common view. That is one reason the Etruscans feel modern in a strange way. They speak to the fragility of attribution, the ease with which influence can survive while recognition vanishes. No single explanation fully accounts for why they still feel mysterious. Some of it is the language, stubbornly partial. Some of it is the unevenness of the sources. Some of it is the dramatic contrast between their former power and later obscurity. Some of it is simply aesthetic. Their world is visually haunting in ways that compel return. The painted banquets, the reclining couples on sarcophagi, the bronze mirrors scratched with names, the terracotta gods striding from temple roofs, the chamber tombs cut like houses under the earth, the city plateaus above ravines, the old roads through volcanic stone. All of it creates an atmosphere unusually resistant to flattening. They do not look like a civilization ready to be forgotten. That tension between visibility and neglect is central to their hold on the imagination. Yet it is important not to turn that imagination into fantasy. The Etruscans do not need Atlantis, lost wisdom cults, secret empires, or unsupported migration myths to be interesting. They are more than strange enough without invention. A people rooted in ancient Italy, speaking a distinctive language, organizing themselves through powerful city-states, mastering metalwork and ritual science, rivaling Greeks and influencing Rome, then being absorbed so thoroughly that their legacy becomes difficult to separate from the civilization that conquered them. This is already an extraordinary historical arc. The temptation to exaggerate often comes from impatience with incomplete evidence. But incompleteness is not emptiness. It is simply the normal condition of deep history. The honest outline is dramatic enough. One lesser-known but telling feature of their afterlife lies in the landscapes of modern Italy themselves. Many ancient Etruscan centres remain inhabited or remembered in altered form. Roads and field boundaries sometimes echo older patterns. The tough-cut ravines and plateaus still shape settlement. Museums filled with Etruscan material stand not in abstract isolation, but in regions where the civilization once breathed daily. This means the ghost beneath Italy is also geographical. It is not only in texts and artifacts, it is in the persistence of place, a hill town, a plateau edge, a buried necropolis outside modern traffic, a sanctuary rediscovered under later layers. These are not museum fantasies. They are the physical continuation of a world that never fully left its ground. And perhaps that is the closest one comes to understanding the Etruscans as a whole. They're not a puzzle to be solved once and for all. They're a buried stratum of Italy's identity, one that has to be read through traces, continuities, and interruptions. Their cities teach us that early Italy was already urban and politically sophisticated before Rome claimed the peninsula. Their art teaches us that the ancient Mediterranean had room for forms of joy, ceremony, and household visibility that do not fit every Greek or Roman stereotype. Their religion teaches us that technical sacred knowledge could become a source of political legitimacy strong enough to outlast conquest. Their decline teaches us that fragmentation can undo even brilliant societies when rivals learn how to organize more ruthlessly. Their absorption teaches us that legacy can survive most deeply where it ceases to be named. So the Etruscans remain, gathered from mines and tombs, harbour shrines and painted chambers, ritual texts and Roman borrowings, necropolises and lost books, all the pieces of a civilization that once ruled Italy before Rome and still lies under its story. They are no longer invisible, but they are not fully restored either. They stand in that difficult historical light, where enough survives to demand respect, and enough is missing to keep humility alive. That may be the most fitting way for them to endure, not as a solved mystery, and not as a vanished wonder emptied of reality, but as a civilization whose traces continue to alter the shape of the past every time we look carefully enough beneath the surface. Rome rises above them, but never entirely beyond them, under the roads, under the cities, under the language of empire. The older presence remains. The forgotten rulers of Italy are still there, holding up more of the ancient world than later memory ever wished to admit. The hills grow quiet again in the end, not empty, not abandoned, but quiet in the way old places become quiet when the names once spoken there no longer rise so easily to the tongue. The roads are still there in fragments, the tombs still wait under their mounds of earth. The cut stone chambers still hold the shape of beds, doorways, benches, and remembered households. In the fields above them, seasons continue their patient work. Rain falls into the same ravines. Grasses bend in the same wind moving inland from the Tyrrhenian Sea. Olive trees root themselves into soil that has already watched many civilizations call it their own. Rome takes the land, and then history, for a very long time, takes Rome's side. Yet beneath that louder memory, the older world never entirely goes still. It remains in the shadow of a temple plan, in the curve of a bronze vessel, in a painted dancer who has not finished turning after more than 2,000 years, in a language half lost but not wholly gone, in a city wall rising from volcanic stone as though it still expects sentries at dusk. The Etruscans do not vanish like smoke. They settle deeper than that. They become part of the ground. Perhaps that is why they feel so haunting, not because they are unknowable, but because they are only partly knowable. Enough survives to make them human. Enough is missing to keep them distant. We can see what they love to show: feasts, music, family, rank, ritual, beautiful objects, sacred order. The dignity of the household carried even into death. We can also see what time has done to them, stripping away the fuller sound of their own voice and leaving their successors to speak over them. That is the fate of many civilizations, though few reveal it so clearly. To disappear in fire is one kind of ending. To be absorbed, renamed, and remembered through another people's glory is another. And so the story closes not with a final battle, but with a landscape. Evening over central Italy. The high plateaus darken. Cypress and oak stand against the last dim light. Somewhere below the soil lie painted walls, inscriptions, ash, bronze, and the stillness of long closed chambers. Above them, towns continue, roads continue, history continues. But if one lingers there long enough, the older rhythm begins to return. A civilization once stood here before Rome, rich and disciplined and strange and fully alive, and though its language faded and its power passed into other hands, it never wholly left. It remains where so many ancient things remain at last in the earth, in memory, and in the fragile space between what the world preserves and what it forgets.